The following is a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. Character, conflict, drama. Elements of a great story unfolding before us. As an award-winning star returns to center stage. But as the script stands now, there are too many leading men and not enough trophies to go around. In a land that knows how to make a final cut, star power and horsepower collide. This is a blockbuster that doesn't just have a car chase. It is a car chase. And if you're not ready for your close-up, you don't belong in the spotlight. Because this picture is best captured in black and white.
The spotlight in the chase for the Sprint Cup shines on a new venue today. A schedule shuffle made this track, the Auto Club Speedway of Southern California, one of the final 10 races, and brings the championship to a very fast stage where speeds will top 200 miles per hour. An enthusiastic crowd of Hollywood area fans hopes this 500-mile story becomes an epic. Who'll be the hero? Who'll be the villain? Will there be an unexpected twist of plot? The velvet ropes and red carpet are here as the chase for the Sprint Cup premieres in Southern California.
T-minus 10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
ESPN welcomes you to NASCAR Countdown for Race 4 in the chase for the Sprint Cup. Countdown presented by Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, now on DVD. That date swap that put this race into the chase was made to find better weather conditions for this event. Well, it's pretty well worked out. Instead of a 100-degree day, we have temperatures that'll be in the high 60s today. This overcast is supposed to burn off. Weather conditions are supposed to be beautiful for racing. The sun should make the Sprint Cup trophy sparkle as it sits at the head of the grid. A lot of people thought this could be the most competitive chase for the Sprint Cup ever, and after the opening 3 races, they are being proven right. There are 6 drivers within 100 points of the lead, the closest the standings have ever been at this point. Mark Martin and Jimmy Johnson continue to hold the top 2 positions, while Montoya, Stewart, Busch, and Hamlin are all 99 points or fewer behind. Chasers have claimed the top 4 starting spots. Denny Hamlin and Greg Biffle are on the front row. 4 of the 12 chasers take the green in the back half of the grid. Championship leader Mark Martin starts 9th. He's with Dave Burns.
And Alan, our Arkansas-born points leader, is a humble guy who likes to let his race car do the talking. So, Mark, with this spotlight flashed on you constantly for the last few weeks, how are you handling all the attention?
It's going great, man. A lot of things have worked out for us this year, and we're focused on the racing. We've got a tremendous race team. I'm having a blast going to work every day, and we're gonna stay focused on the racing and let the rest of it fall as it may.
And you wouldn't mind the constant continued attention, would you?
That comes with it, it's going great. We have a good car for today. I think. It's not the fastest car out there, but this race team is very good at grinding them down, and we have expectations of fighting hard, and maybe we can turn up another win.
Mark should know what a good race car is here. He won the 2nd ever race contested in the Cup Series here at California. Alan?
All right, David, thank you. Let's keep our movie theme for a second, huh? And we'll set the scene for you. There's the snow atop Mount Baldy. If you could see it through the overcast today, trust me, it's there. The palm trees lining the backstretch, a fast piece of pavement that'll test drivers' bravery. And our ESPN pit studio, where we're ready with the previews. Inside, Alan Bestwick with the 2001 winner at this track, Rusty Wallace, and Big Brad Daugherty. Let's set you up with a couple of headlines for chase race number 4. What's on your mind?
Brute speed is what's on my mind right now. Yesterday, I watched a nationwide race, and I watched all the Cup practice. Man, they are running 200 to 215 miles an hour, hauling off into turn 1.
Yes, sir.
That's fast, baby. You know it is. But, man, the one thing I did notice, though, a lot of passing from the start-finish line on down into turn 1, like we used to see in the old days. Drafting, slingshots, stuff like that. I saw a lot of passes, and I really think we're going to see much more yet today, so look for that.
You know, I think it's an opportunity race. We keep thinking about the Talladega race coming up as being the wild card, but I think when we get to Homestead, we'll look back at this race and say this was pivotal. For guys like Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, if they win today, they separate themselves from the pack. You go back to guys like Greg Biffle and Jeff Gordon, who are in 7th and 8th. If they win today, they're all of a sudden in the mix. And what about Juan Pablo Montoya? He's had 3 top 5 finishes in the first 5 races. If he can get that victory today, he could be marching towards a championship.
This chase is the closest ever at this point. 6 drivers within 100 points. If you're not familiar with the NASCAR point system, that's not much. What's it mean to the drivers?
It means pressure, and it creates pressure. You cannot make mistakes. Everything you do has to be at your optimal best right now. The performance of these race teams has to be at their top. You cannot mess up in any way, shape, form, because you will cost your team positioning and an opportunity to win. It's about not making mistakes.
You hit the nail on the head with mistakes. That's the thing that's on the top of my mind. A driver can do a lot of things, but one thing he cannot do when he's in this chase for the championship is make mistakes. He's came too far. I mean, it's very, very tight, like you said. There's 6 guys within 100 points right now. They can mess up and be way out of that if they have a problem. Yeah. So what they've got to do is not get caught on pit road. They can't get themselves in a position on the racetrack that'll mess things up. Use your head, man. Do what got you here. Don't make any mistakes.
Yep. Opportunity, brute speed, pressure, mistakes, all things we'll be watching for in today's race. We're hoping today's event is half as exciting as yesterday's NASCAR Nationwide Series race. Talk about a headline maker. Kyle Busch, championship leader in that series, ill with the flu and strep throat. He had to get out of the car, yielded to relief driver Denny Hamlin. Joey Logano and Greg Biffle racing for the lead about a third of the way in. That's Biffle in the city car.
Oh, yeah, off of turn 2, down the back straightaway. Biffle, just watch this. He gets right up against Joey Logano, bam, right into the wall, messes up Logano's car, and obviously he comes to get his car fixed and wins this race later on. But Biffle, man, he got those guys mad.
Yeah, he did.
Later racing for the lead, Hamlin, Biffle, and Brad Keselowski.
These guys were getting after it. Denny Hamlin goes across the nose of Greg Biffle. Brad Keselowski really is lucky here, avoids the fray. You see Carl Edwards go low, but Denny Hamlin was marching on to win this race. He had the fastest hot rod in the field until then.
So Logano, after running as low as 25th from pitting for repairs, comes back to take the lead on a restart with 7 to go and scores his 5th Nationwide Series win of the season. Quite the day on Saturday here. We'll hope today is as eventful. Now, a couple things to update. What is Kyle Busch's plan for today?
Yeah, I went in and talked to Steve Addington, his crew chief, this morning, and he said Kyle is sicker today than he was yesterday. Feels awful. So Kyle will start the race today. I mean, he's showing a lot of guts to get in that race car feeling as bad as he does. They got David Gilliland, though, as a backup driver in case Kyle cannot go the distance.
And after the race on Saturday, Joey Logano's father, Tom, confronted Biffle. And as a result, NASCAR pulled the senior Logano's annual credential. We had our own little version of a Hollywood soap opera here in California.
Get after it now. Come on.
So let's talk about Biffle. He nearly won the last race here back in February, nearly won last week's Cup race in Kansas. He starts 2nd today, and he's with Vince Welch now.
That's right, and we hear a lot about the similarities and things that transfer from Kansas to this racetrack here in Fontana. From your perspective, what's the most important thing that transfers?
Well, you know what? We thought more would transfer than you know, our setup-wise. And we came here, and we really couldn't get the car to accept that Kansas setup. It took quite a bit different stuff for us. But the racetrack is similar, you know, the banking, the size of it, and all those things. So it ended up a little bit different for us setup-wise, but the tracks are really similar. So that's kind of puzzling for us.
You've won here before. You've almost won here a couple of other times. How much does that kind of mental frame of mind pay off for you once you get in the race car?
Well, it pays off big because, you know, I like this racetrack, and with the success we've had here and how good we run here all the time, it's a lot of confidence. You know, getting in the car and going and qualifying well certainly helps that. So we start up front, and we think we can keep the 3M Ford Fusion up there.
Did indeed qualify well. They'll roll off 2nd today, Alan.
Okay, Vince, thank you. As you see the 16 lined up on the grid, the group Foreigner has a new song that's NASCAR inspired. We are going to hear a little bit of it shortly. They played it this morning here at the track. NASCAR countdown from Southern California, the land of stars and cars. Coming up, Tony Stewart won at Kansas and gained ground in the points. What are his prospects for back-to-back victories by scoring again here? Hendrick teammates Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon have 3 wins at this track apiece. They're both California natives. Can the Golden State's Golden Boys take home a trophy? And Kevin Harvick on his relationship with Richard Childress and his future with that team.
Sometimes when you get to the end of the book, you just shut the page and you go, man, that was really good. But sometimes it's just best for everybody involved to just say, all right, I'm going to read another book.
NASCAR Countdown on ABC. Brought to you by Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen. For a chance to meet Ryan Newman and Jeff Gordon in Miami, visit ESPN.com, search keyword Transformers.
Wednesday night in Hollywood, Pepsi, Hendrick Motorsports, and fans celebrated the West Coast premiere of Together, the Hendrick Motorsports story. Rick Hendrick, Jeff Gordon, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. on hand to take questions about the documentary-style film showing 25 years of refreshing racing. After the premiere, drivers and celebrities walked the Pepsi 500 party blue carpet at the famous Roosevelt Hotel, an event bringing racing and Hollywood together in celebration of the Pepsi 500. And if you didn't catch the airing of Together earlier today here on ABC, you could see it on Wednesday at 5:30 Eastern on ESPN2. There's the man, Rick Hendrick. Let's talk about today's race now with Jeff Gordon. He starts 10th, Jamie Little.
What a moving story that was. We were just talking about it as we walked over here, Jeff. But let's talk about the race car. I talked to Steve Letarte, your crew chief, this morning. He said in happy hour you guys found the speed you were lacking, but he said that's going to affect the handling. How much so?
Well, I certainly hope so. You know, we were really working on getting the car to turn the middle yesterday, and right there at the end, I feel like we hit on a couple of things. So they were able to really look at all that data last night and go through our simulation package, and you know, I think that they came up with some really good ideas, and so we're pretty optimistic about today. It's a great day for us, you know, the Pepsi 500 and our DuPont Pepsi Chevrolet. Want to thank Pepsi for being on board and doing the presenting sponsor of Together. And hopefully we can go out here and put on a heck of a race. We were so good here earlier in the year, and that's what we need to back that up with that kind of performance. And we didn't necessarily show in practice yesterday, but I think we've got it in us.
I was going to say, you seem pretty optimistic about this car. You guys finished second and opted to bring the same car back. You think about the same, maybe better, get to victory lane today?
Well, you know, you got to be better. The competition gets better, especially once the chase starts. Everybody steps up. So, you know, we're prepared to step up as well. And, you know, it's just we're capable of doing it. As we showed last week, you know, we struggled at times during the race, but we still came back with a great finish and great effort. And so this team is strong, and we've shown it all year. And if we can put it all together, there's no doubt in my mind we can win this race today.
And Jeff Gordon is strong here. Three-time winner. He starts 10th today, Alan.
Ooh, slick of him working that Together thing into his answer there, isn't it? The three Hendrick Motorsports drivers in the chase have all got pretty good records at this track. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, all winners here. Anytime your average career finish at a track is around 10th, you're pretty much a star at that speedway. Jeff Gordon has scored one victory this season, and that was back on April 5th. I have a feeling that if Jeff Gordon's going to contend for this championship, they need to get to victory lane and win a race now. Agree or disagree?
Oh, I agree 100%. And no disrespect to Jeff Gordon, but as you watch and you listen to Steve Letarte, his crew chief, and as you listen to those guys communicate, you hear all the right things. But there is something missing from this program. I don't know what it is that keeps these guys from getting to victory lane. If you look at his record, Jeff Gordon in this chase has not led a lap. They just don't have that little bit of oomph that Jeff Gordon used to have for some reason or another. And like I say, this guy's a legend, but there's something missing, Rusty.
Brad, I really think they can get back on track, though, today. I mean, this guy's been really good at this particular track. He did win the inaugural race here. He's qualified 10th for the day. He's doing all the right things to get himself back into victory lane, like you said he needs to do. I believe he can do it. He's got the right frame of mind. And, you know, he's got a little extra step in him right now because he's back in California. So look for him to run real good. I think he can do it.
And again, Jeff Gordon starting that car in 10th position. This week on ESPN's Monday Night Football, Mark Sanchez and the New York Jets head to Miami, where they'll face Ronnie Brown, Ricky Williams, and the Miami Dolphins. It's Jets-Dolphins on ESPN's Monday Night Football, 8:30 Eastern. Coverage starts with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern. Kevin Harvick is one of 8 California drivers in today's race. No NASCAR fan will ever forget his entrance onto the sport's big stage when he was picked to replace Dale Earnhardt in Richard Childress Racing Chevy after Earnhardt's untimely death. It scored a dramatic photo finish win at Atlanta in just his 3rd Sprint Cup Series start. 1 year ago, Harvick finished a career-high 4th in points. Comparing 08 to 09 through 29 races, Harvick's only got a 1/3 of the top 10 finishes this year on a much lower average. He didn't make the chase, and he's been shut out from victory lane since the Daytona 500 in February of 2007. NASCAR Now lead reporter Marty Smith recently sat down for a very wide-ranging interview with Kevin Harvick. Marty joins us now. What do you have to say, Marty?
Alan, when Dale Earnhardt died, his keys were tossed to young Kevin Harvick, who burst into NASCAR with a heavy right foot and a razor blade tongue. Harvick didn't want those keys. He'd always forged his own path, and here he was charged with the impossible: replace the sport's heartbeat. In the years since, there have been soaring highs and crushing lows, but Harvick said to me this week, this year was the most unbearable yet from an inner team perspective. He had plenty to say.
Earlier this year, it was reported you wanted out at Childress. Was that true?
Well, my contract has always gone through 2010. You know, obviously there's been a lot of commotion, and we haven't run as well as we haven't run very good at all. But, you know, the contract goes through 2010. After that, maybe it's time to turn the page and start a new chapter for everybody. But right now, I think the commitment is there on both sides to be able to make sure we do a good job. In the end, I mean, the main thing is everybody has worked through a pretty tough situation. Obviously, there was a lot of tense moments as we went through
How come?
The room. Well,
because you weren't running well?
Everybody was just really frustrated. Richard's frustrated. I was frustrated. When you get to those points, you go through stages. In the beginning, you understand. In the middle, you get frustrated, and in the end, you just become mad. And everybody just became mad at the end of it because, you know, we've won a lot of races as partners, Richard and myself and RCR as a whole. That's the only thing that misses out of that trophy case in there is that cup trophy, and that's what it's all about.
Did it ever get to the point this year when all the rumors were swirling that you actually went to Richard and said, man, we got to do something else? Did you ever ask Al?
I mean, we had that conversation for sure. If that was the best thing for both sides, and in the end, I think everybody agreed. You know, that wasn't what was best for all parties involved. It wasn't what was best for me, and it wasn't what was best for Richard, and it wasn't the best thing for our sponsors.
You're happy, Harvick. That's your public persona, always grinning. How happy have you been this year?
Not very happy, but you know, as bad as the Cup side has been, it's been so good on the nationwide and truck side. That's kind of kept me sane, I guess you could say, because you still get a taste of winning from that particular side of it. I think if it wasn't for the nationwide and truck side of it this year, it would have been a lot worse.
Tired of listening to your excuses, Richard. You get paid to drive it, drive it. Having your car as fast as it'll go.
What's he say to you, like after a race, after you've actually gotten on him? Not crew chief, not guys, him.
Well, I think that's probably some of the downside of how some of the things that I've handled from this particular situation. In the end, he wants to win as bad as I do.
It's hard to see that sometimes, though, when you're
It's hard to see that when you're sitting on the other side of the wheel. And luckily, I can see that from sitting on the other side of the fence as an owner. But it just takes, sometimes you don't really care about that at the particular instance that you're sitting inside that race car, because the emotions are high. And things have built up to that point where it's almost like it's almost a burden if you don't say something to yourself. But in the end, I think there's a mutual respect for the two of us to be on both sides of that fence.
How would you characterize your relationship with Richard right now?
I would say right now it's okay. Obviously, there's been some stressful moments, but those stressful moments haven't just come over this year. I mean, we've been in this spot. We've been in a lot tougher spots than this. 01 was definitely a tougher spot than this ever thought about being. So it's not like we haven't been through harder situations than what we were going through right now. Sure, we're running bad, but nobody's dead.
Yeah, that's a good point. There has to be a level of respect there that is impenetrable, that you can never forget about.
Right. Well, I think in the end, he's still going to be that guy who gave me that opportunity to go out and be a part of the sport and be able to win races and be competitive and be on the racetrack with everybody.
How ruthless is it to know that, okay, this is where I started, this is where I've done everything, but in this business, I have to worry about me at the end of the day? Because the way that the entire industry is set up, that's how it's set up. You're only here a minute.
Yeah. Well, that's the hardest part. You know, when you decide you even talk about trying to make a decision or, you know, to change something, the hardest part is not have ever done anything different. So the only thing you know is welcome North Carolina. The only thing you know is, where you live now and where your shop's at and where the things have gone. So that's hard because sometimes the grass isn't always greener on the other side.
What could the organization do to give them the best shot to get you back in the 29?
Well, I don't even know that it's really about that. I think it's more about, sometimes when you get to the end of the book, you just shut the page and you go, man, that was really good. I really enjoyed what I did here, and it was a good book to read, and it was a lot of fun to experience the situations. But sometimes it's just best for everybody involved to just say, all right, I'm going to read another book.
Just after that comment, I said to Harvick, you sound like a guy to me that's ready to read that next book. And he said, right now we're not ready to do anything except for focus on this 29. He has reiterated to me since that morale has improved tremendously of late. I did say, though, are you going to go somewhere else? And he said, right now we're focused on the 29, and what happens is meant to be. Take that how you will, Alan.
Marty, if Harvick has made up his mind to leave the Childress team at the end of 2010, that leaves a season and a quarter of lame duck racing. How do they get through that?
I don't see it being much worse than this year. Again, it was a very difficult season this year for the 29 because morale was low. But again, Harvick has told me since this interview that it continues to improve because they're communicating again. I think he'll be just fine in the 29 next year, Alan.
Winning can fix a lot of things. Marty Smith, thank you. Kevin Harvick starts 7th today. Our J-Ski news and notes now. NASCAR announcing this week it's going to employ consistent start times for Sprint Cup races in 2010. East Coast day races to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR saying the move is in response to fan feedback. Size of the carburetor restrictor plate used to contain speeds at Talladega has been reduced for the upcoming race, keeping the cars in the speed range where they don't lift off if they get spun is the object. And related to catch fencing separating track from grandstand at Talladega and Daytona has been raised, going from 14 to 22 feet along the front stretch of Talladega. One other note from Friday's time trials here. David Rudiman set the second fastest time and would have started on the front row today, but his car was found to have a shock absorber that didn't meet specs and his time was disallowed. For a look at what the issue was, let's go to our Craftsman Tech Garage and bring in Tim Brewer. Tim, what'd they find?
Thanks, Alan. As a part of the post-qualifying inspection, NASCAR came up and took the shock absorbers off the car, brought them over. The first thing you do is check the gas pressure in the shock absorber. NASCAR allows you to have as little as 25-pound minimum and 75-pound maximum. The shock absorber actually had 92 pounds of gas pressure in it. So what NASCAR did, they brought the gauge from the team. The team said they had a new gauge, but they did not bring it to NASCAR in time to have it certified and calibrated properly. So there was a discrepancy in the gauge. Therefore, NASCAR put them in the rear of the field to start the race today.
Tim, thanks. So David Rudiman will go to 42nd for the start of this race. Over in Hollywood, people walk the red carpet at those award shows and hope to take home a trophy. There's the red carpet. Who's going to win the award for fastest man in a 500-mile race today? Got a lot of nominees here in Southern California.
Oh, my goodness.
That guy's pretty quick.
Look at some of these folks. I tell you what, they let them all out today.
Got an early start on the tailgating out here. Whoa, look at there.
Wasn't Jerry Clampett and some of his boys from around here, too?
Eventually. NASCAR countdown from Southern California.
Oh, my goodness.
NASCAR Countdown on ABC. Brought to you by Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen. For a chance to meet Brian Newman and Jeff Gordon in Miami, visit ESPN.com. Search keyword Transformers.
7 days ago, it was Tony Stewart asserting himself as a contender for the Cup. His crew went for a two-tire change and got the lead on the last pit stop, and he never gave it up, leading the final 29 laps at the Kansas Speedway to score his 4th win of the year and knock 39 points off his deficit to Mark Martin. Stewart starts 20th in this one, Vince.
That's right, Alan, and this is one of the places, one of only 3 tracks, in fact, that Tony Stewart has yet to win at. He's won at all the other chase tracks that we've got left, except this one. Now, is that just coincidence, or is there something about this place that befuddles you?
No, we like this track. You know, we just haven't won here. I mean, we've ran really well. We just, it just seems like we've never been able to seal a deal. But you know, I feel good about our office depot, Old Spice Chevy, especially after last week. You know, we ran really good at Kansas, obviously, and you know, I felt like Darian Grubb and all the guys did a good job. So getting ready for this race. So we'll wait and see what happens. But I want to do good. I want to do a good job for Chuck Rubin and all the guys at Office Depot this weekend. Steve Odlin, our CEO. You know, they're our biggest supporters, and I want to have a good day for those two today.
When you were here in February, it was just the second race that you and Darian had worked together as his crew chief and driver. How much have you guys improved, and maybe what's improved most between the two of you since then?
It's just learning language. I mean, we're both speaking English, so it sounds like a simple theory, but you know, it's just little things like saying the car's a little loose. Well, my little and his little were different at the beginning, and it was just a matter of learning each other and you know, just trusting each other. I mean, when you haven't worked with somebody, it takes a while to figure each other out and figure out what each other likes. So you know, that's something that Darian's really been really good at. It's impressed me how quick we've been able to learn each other like that and go forward.
Tony Stewart, always a threat to win, just as he did a week ago at Kansas. Shannon?
Well, it was Denny Hamlin who was fastest on Friday, earning his first pole of the 2009 season. A lot of pluses to starting up front. What would you say is the biggest benefit?
Well, I think you get more opportunities to work on your race car. For myself, usually I qualify in the back, and we don't get to the front till the last half of the race. And we just don't have as many adjustments to kind of fine-tune the race car to make it a race-winning car. We always have a top 5 or top 3 car. Starting up front and hopefully keeping that track position, we can continue to work on our car in clean air, because that's what we're going to have obviously, to win the race.
Denny, from a consistency and a performance standpoint, this really has been one of your best seasons. How would you compare this team to teams in the past?
Well, it's performance-wise, and you know, how we're racing on all types of different racetracks, we're better than we've ever been. You know, obviously we've got a couple wins. We've had that in our rookie year, but I think we've contended for more this year than what we have in years past. So, you know, I'm definitely cautiously optimistic that you know, we're going to put ourselves in good position today to gain ground. And if we can keep doing that, you know, we can't try to get all this lead back, those points leads back in this one race. We're going to have to just keep chipping away and eventually, hopefully, capitalize if those guys do have a subpar day.
Well, Denny Hamlin will be the man who leads the field to green here at Auto Club Speedway. Jamie?
And so far this weekend, yesterday, Jimmy Johnson was top 2 in both practices. But Jimmy, last week you guys had the car to beat as well. Final pit stop, you opted for 4 tires and you never made it back to the front. How much risk are you willing to take today?
You know, I would think the tires would be important here. We kind of thought it would be last week, and we're saving our 2 tires for the end, and it just didn't work out. I got stuck in traffic, and we couldn't get back to the front. But, you know, that was last week. We've got to wash that out of our heads and focus on this week. We've got a very good car. Have to thank Lowe's for allowing me to put the foundation on the side of it, and also want to say hello to Store 2712. You know, just an exciting time for us. We're excited where we are in the points, and hopefully we can go out there and get the job done today.
You had your annual golf tournament, raised over $500,000. Kurt Busch came out, Juan Pablo Montoya, Brian Vickers. What does that kind of support from your fellow competitors mean to you?
It means a lot, and it also means the world to me that the San Diego community is supporting our foundation like they have. All the money we raise through that tournament goes right back into the community there, and we're doing it with educational grants this year. So it's an exciting time. I'm very thankful for all the support from the fans, sponsors, and it's great for us all to get together and give back.
It's been a busy week for Jimmy Johnson. He's looking for his 4th win here at Fontana. Dave?
And with Juan Pablo Montoya going through 1 and 2, why don't we talk about turn 1? What's it like to dive down here at 200 miles an hour?
I never dive down here. I'm like 2 groups higher, to be honest. So I don't know what's down here. No, it's a pretty good corner. You know, it's very different. You know, the height of the racetrack on the back, I think the back straight is a little higher, so the corner's a little weird, but it's okay, you know. We'll see, you know, with this colder condition, everybody is expecting to have the sun out by now, and it hasn't, so it's going to change the track quite a bit. But I think everybody, you know, in this Target Chevy keeps doing a good job, and just got to ride another day. You know, we'll see what happens.
And we know that finishing 4th has not been your goal, but you've done that the last 2 weeks. How important is this consistency, Juan Pablo, as you go for the championship?
Well, I want to win races, but, you know, I'll take a 4th place over a 10th. I can tell you that. So, well, you know, we got to, I think until you don't go through Talladega, it doesn't matter where you are in points, to be honest.
All right, right now, challenging for the championship and qualified 4th as well today. Alan?
10 minutes ago.
David, thank you. Interesting point that Montoya brings up. It's something we were talking about among ourselves earlier this week on a conference call as we were planning our broadcast this weekend. The fact that this race moved into the chase and Talladega has been moved later in the chase. really leaves a lot of unknowns in this whole points picture as we move deeper and deeper into this thing.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that, like I say, everyone's looking towards that Talladega race. But you can't overlook these races like today. There's so much that can happen today that I think we get to the end of the year and we'll look back. And Talladega may be a non-event. We may look back here and say, hey, we were California and the points lead changed hands and it never changed back. I mean, it could be interesting.
I really think that points lead can change back and forth, you know. But, you know, I was listening to those interviews just now, and I was just kind of picking those guys apart. And I really saw a really focused Denny Hamlin. I saw a guy that's really focused on what he's doing. And what about Juan Pablo Montoya? I mean, this guy has been consistently in the top 5. His car owner just won the IndyCar Championship yesterday with Dario Franchitti. They got some momentum going in that team. I would not be surprised if Juan Pablo Montoya popped up and won this championship. Hey, California, this track, a lot of things can change for the good or the bad, that's for sure.
Mojo, baby.
That's it, Big Mo, man.
Let's talk about this track. You mentioned it. Spot to watch today. Tricky turn number 2. Why?
Oh, yeah, turn 2. Off the exit of turn 2, the banking falls off really big time. When this track was first designed, guys, the back straightaway was raised 25 foot higher so the folks in the front straightaway could actually see the back straightaway. And because of that, it's caused problems like this. Cars to spin off of turn 2 because of that tricky transition. The teams will be constantly working all day long trying to get their car handling right there so that doesn't happen.
Remember that one a couple races ago. That was a mess. Strategy and track position and all that. What are we going to see today?
We talk about it every week, and this could be really interesting today. At this racetrack here in Fontana, we have tendency to have long green flag runs. Sometimes we get spread out. It's super fast, as you heard Rusty talk about. They're hauling the heat 215 miles an hour, and it's also a slick racetrack. But they've got the same tire here as they had last week at Kansas, and we saw some 2-tire stops at Kansas last week. Now, we historically don't see that here. But could that be a part of strategy today for someone to advance their position on a 2-tire pit stop to get that track position, possibly win the race?
It's going to be interesting to see how that does play out. Now, Rusty touched on it earlier, the pressure and mistakes. Greg Biffle was leading this race back in February when the circuit was last year. When he came down pit road for the final stop and made a mistake.
On top of the air hose, backing up Greg. Oh man, that killed their race. They would have won the race possibly.
Was leading coming into the pits, lost 9 spots on the stop, could only get back to 4th in the final 41 laps. Mistakes today.
Cannot let mistakes happen. I mean, if you make mistakes today, you can really kill yourself in the chase for the championship. We talked earlier. There's 6 guys within 100 points of this chase for the title. Look, they really work hard to get themselves where they are right now. They can't mess it up and have a mistake like speeding on pit road or hanging out with the wrong crowd on the racetrack. Those guys look a little squirrely out there. Hey, man, don't stick your nose in there and cause a crash like the rest are about to cause. You got to be smart. You got to use your head and don't get caught up in that problem.
And speeding penalties on pit road, something to watch for here. The pit entrance is very tricky. Talked about Kyle Busch earlier, the fact that he was feeling very under the weather. Jamie, what's the update there?
Well, he's standing here at his car and he's looking pretty white. How you feeling? What's the update, Kyle?
I'm not sure. But you know, woke up this morning feeling worse yet today. So not sure what's going on, but see how long we go here, and if I can get out, and I'll try to get out and hand it over to Gilliland.
Any idea at this point when you'll get out? I know yesterday you told them first caution, that's when I'm getting out.
Yeah, it's probably about what we'll do again today. You know, I don't like I said yesterday. You know, I don't want to jeopardize myself or anybody else out there, so I'd rather just get out and try to get healed up and try to get better for next week at Charlotte and concentrate on being better for then.
All right, Kyle, I hope you feel better. And David Gilliland, as he said, standing by, and he will jump out of his start and park car, Alan, and get in this car. So a lot of communication has to take place.
And in the last 6 races here, the first caution has come before lap 20. So watch for Kyle Busch to have a short workday today. So the next step in the chase for the Sprint Cup, 500 miles in this very fast theater. We'll see if it's a drama, a mystery, or a comedy as the cameras roll and the stars take the stage.
I got no comment. This makes no sense to me.
That's one way to beat the LA traffic. Come in from the top.
Goodness.
NASCAR Countdown returns after this message and a word from our ABC stations. The chase for the Sprint Cup has come to Southern California. The 4th of the 10 races to determine this year's champion about to begin at this sparkling 2-mile track built on the site of an old steel mill. Where once men hammered ore into metal, now brave racers put the pedal to the metal, keeping the hammer down at a track where speeds tick over 200 miles per hour. It's a full-time job being the fastest of the fast. and the workday's about to begin. Let's go trackside now for the opening ceremony before today's race.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and remove your hats as the Centurion Battalion Accession Task Force California Army National Guard present our nation's colors. And now please welcome from Motor Racing Outreach, Tim Griffin, to deliver today's invocation.
Our God and Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the privilege that we all have to be a part of this event. We pray your blessings on it. Take care of our drivers, our fans, keep them all safe, we ask. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing and welcome Hollywood Records recording artist and the star of the upcoming 20th Century Fox film Alvin and the Chipmunks, The Squeakquel, Jesse McCartney, for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave.
Time to go to work for the drivers, time to go to work for the crews. A last-minute briefing from crew chief to driver, Kenny Francis there, with some last-minute instructions for Casey Kane, Kyle Busch, and Joe Gibbs Racing competition director Jimmy Makar with a chat there. We'll see how long Kyle stays on board that 8 team. Let's settle in and see how this race plays into the chase. The engines fire in California next.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Pepsi. Every generation refreshes the world. Learn more at refresheverything.com/racing. Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen. For a chance to meet Ryan Newman and Jeff Gordon in Miami, visit ESPN.com, search keyword Transformers. Bank of America, the official bank of NASCAR. And Ford. See why Ford Racing's top drivers love the all-new Taurus from Ford.
Previously in the chase.
Man up, boys. Man up. Time to go. Go, go, go. Hard, hard, hard. Straight, straight. You're good. You're good. Relax. Focus.
If you were driving this right now, you wouldn't be telling me that. Ryan Vickers gets turned.
Sorry, guys. I was just trying to push it as hard as I could.
Oh, hang on to your hats. It's getting ugly already. 4 tires, 4 tires, 4 tires.
Stewart gets the lead. And Tony Stewart will win it at Kansas Speedway.
You are the man, Smoke. Thank you so much. Good job, guys. Proud of you guys. That last pit stop did it.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. Character, conflict, drama. Elements of a great story unfolding before us. As an award-winning star returns to center stage. But as the script stands now, there are too many leading men and not enough trophies to go around. In a land that knows how to make a final cut, star power and horsepower collide. This is a blockbuster that doesn't just have a car chase. It is a car chase. And if you're not ready for your close-up, you don't belong in the spotlight. Because this picture is best captured in black and white.
The spotlight ready to shine on the stars of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series as Race 4 in the chase for the Sprint Cup unfolds at the Auto Club Speedway in the shadow of Hollywood. To borrow the line from the movie trailers, in a world where... For drivers, it's a world where you're judged solely on your results. What have you done lately? Will today be a day to gain ground in the championship? A day to take home a trophy after a hard-fought win? Or a day when a mistake casts the dream of holding the cup into doubt or puts it out of reach entirely? The drivers are buckling in, the crews are getting ready to go to work. The only way to see how all this turns out is to go trackside and get these cars fired up.
Race fans, it is time for the most famous words in motorsports. To give that command, please welcome the star of the new ABC comedy series, Hank, airing Wednesday nights at 8 p.m., four-time Emmy Award winner, Kelsey Grammer.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Thank you. All right, bud. All right, I can do it. All right. Fire it up when you're ready. Whoa. Remind me every time. Just say 13 or put the speed line. All right. Come on.
Like Casey Kane's still getting ready to go. Well, we've had a red carpet. The curtain's about to go up on an event we hope becomes an epic. All we need now are three dashing men to lead us through the story. Anybody know where we can find that? Oh, wait, they're up in the booth. Dale Jarrett, Andy Petrie, and Dr. Jerry Punch. Gentlemen, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Alan, and hello, everyone. Glad to have you with us. Folks, here in the shadows of Hollywood, it is all about entertainment. So when NASCAR moved this race later in the year, but earlier in the day, that's exactly what they had in mind. And after watching the NASCAR Nationwide race here yesterday, guys, they just might have hit a home run.
Yeah, for some reason, this California Speedway really does open up for a lot better racing when you get the sun on it. Now, we've got a little cloud layer here, a little thin layer. Hopefully it burns off quickly. And when it does, this track is really going to get wide. The groove is going to go top to bottom, and even on the apron, we saw some of the best action we've seen all year long in the Nationwide Series here yesterday.
Yeah, and talking to these drivers, they like the idea that they're going to have pretty consistent track conditions to race. It gives them the idea that they can make adjustments to their race cars, give information back to their crew chiefs that is going to help them as they make these pit stops. And they're racing in conditions that won't necessarily put them racing into the sun later in the day. We should be finished with this race before the sunset starts, so they don't have that fighting going into turn 3.
Guys, just 99 points separate the top 6 in the standings after 3 races, which is the closest it has ever been in the history of this chase. How could that impact your decision making today?
Well, it's just nowhere to hide. I mean, you got all these guys on top of each other. They're racing so hard. You got to have probably a top 5 average finish to win this championship. So you have to go out there and try to win every week. I mean, there's just nothing you can do but run as hard as you can.
Yeah, the object obviously is to gain as many points you can, but to doing that, you're trying to win races. This is a very wide racetrack, but you have to be extremely careful as a driver. Turns 2 and turns 4 can bite you if you're not careful. You have to know who's on the outside. Just like here yesterday, this was right up front, battling for the lead. We see Greg Biffle come to the outside of Denny Hamlin. He makes a little bit of a mistake here, and it cost the 18 car a lot of points for their championship. So you really have to be aware of your surroundings. Fast speeds over 200 miles an hour, things happen in a hurry, so you really have to be conscious of what's going on around you.
Well, the man who is #1 in points and also maybe #1 in the hearts of millions of fans as the sentimental favorite is our in-race reporter today. He drives the Kellogg's CarQuest Chevy from the 9th starting spot. Let's talk with Mark Martin.
Hey, Mark, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN. You have a copy?
Yes, sir, Dale. Gotcha.
All right, man, thanks for talking with us today. And Mark, as a driver, do you like the fact that you won't be racing into the challenging or changing conditions of night as we've done here in the past?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be way better. Practicing during the day and racing at night is a challenge, especially here. So this is going to be great. It's a beautiful day. Hopefully the sun's going to peek out later on. 500 miles is a long, long way. Can't wait to get this thing started. The guys have got me a great race car here, and we're just going to fight, grind all day long here.
Hey, Mark, in yesterday's nationwide race, we literally saw racing from the apron to the very top of the racetrack against the wall. Are you ready to make changes like that for whatever you need to do, or are you going to be pretty much committed to the bottom the short way around all day?
I'm always committed to the bottom, but I'm always open to moving up. Doesn't work out as well for me. Usually I run slower when we do it, but definitely, you know, we will give it a try without a doubt. But most of the time for me, I can make more speed around the bottom of the racetrack. So we'll see what the track has for us as we get going here.
All right, Mark, this last question comes from our ESPN mailbag, and Emily in Tustin, California asks, it says, even though this track is similar to Michigan, many think it's more difficult to get a handle on. Do you have the car to win today?
Yeah, we've got a good car, and it's a long race. You know, we might be able to win this thing. Just depends on how things fall. I'm very happy with the car. It's comfortable. The racetrack is a little bit different than Michigan, and you seem to fight a little bit different conditions here, mostly loose, spinning the tires up off the corner, if you can believe that, on a 2-mile racetrack. So we got a pretty comfortable setup under this thing, and we'll see what we can do for 500 miles.
All right, Mark, thanks a lot for taking the time to talk with us today. Have a great race. And now Andy's going to talk to your crew chief, Alan Gustafson.
Hey, Alan, Andy Petrie in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, Andy, I got you, bud.
Hey, Alan, yesterday in happy hour, you guys were at the top of the sheet, and I saw you in the garage area with everything flying out of that car. You were changing trailing arms and everything else, looking for something better. When do you decide that the car's good enough?
Well, we just try to take advantage of every opportunity we have to make it better, and it's a testament to this team. All these guys in this Cal's Carquest Chevy work hard, and we couldn't do it without a great team like Mike Bumgarner and all the guys that work on this thing. They do a great job, put this thing on the racetrack, and make those changes quickly and accurately. So just trying to get all we can get, what we're paid to do, and just doing the best we can.
Okay, Alan, let's get back to work. Good luck today. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, Andy.
Aside from Mark Martin, we will have onboard cameras in 7 other cars. All total, we will have 6 chase contenders. Carrying cameras will take you inside the battle. Juan Pablo Montoya has never had a top 10 finish here. Carl Evers looking for win number 1 on the season. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station. We are just moments away from the start of the Pepsi 500 here at Auto Club Speedway in Southern California. This broadcast is available in Spanish by activating your SAP button, presented by ESPN Deportes. Take a look at our starting grid across the top of your screen. Denny Hamlin becomes a 10th different pole winner in 2009, picking up his first pole of the year. The top 4 starters are all chase contenders. There are 7 chase contenders starting 20th on back, including last week's winner, Tony Stewart. Well, you've heard about ill-handling race cars. What about an ill-feeling driver? For more, here's Jamie Little.
Well, Doc, just before Kyle Busch got in his car, he told Coach Gibbs, I wish I wouldn't have gotten out of the race car yesterday. I feel like we could have won. Then he went on to tell me this is the worst he has felt all weekend long, and he plans on getting out of the car maybe around the first caution. David Gilliland will get out of his car and will be on hold, waiting for Kyle Busch's word. Shannon?
Well, in last night's nationwide race, Greg Biffle and Joey Logano spiced things up on the racetrack. Now, not only will those drivers have to face each other on the track today, their pit stalls are separated by only an opening on pit road. So will things transfer over today? The teams don't seem to think so. They know that NASCAR is watching, and the last thing these teams want at this point in the season is a penalty. Vince?
The chase driver starting deepest in the field today is Ryan Newman. He will roll off 36th. This team is 9th in points and feeling the pressure after a disappointing 22nd place finish last week at Kansas. They know they have to make something happen today. Top 10 or better, and they're prepared to roll the dice to get it. Dave?
Vince, Jimmy Johnson is on the opposite end of the spectrum, 2nd in points, and runs great here at Auto Club Speedway. In fact, when they moved this race from Labor Day to this weekend, I think they did them another favor. You'll have to go through the 48 car if you're going to win today in Fontana. Doc?
Thank you, guys, and how appropriate that our two over-the-wall camera-carrying crew members today would be nicknamed West Coast and Hollywood. There on the left, you get great Mark Hollywood Armstrong, front tire changer for Robbie Gordon, and on the right, Ryan McRae, the rear tire carrier for Paul Menard. The nickname is West Coast. 250 laps, 500 miles here. It is stop number 4 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. There is the pit road speed and that pit window here, 41 to 44 laps. Not a lot of banking here, guys.
Yeah, you see right there that 14 degrees makes it pretty slick. But right here, Dale, I'm looking at Denny Hamlin's taking this outside for the start. He has the option.
We saw this happen pretty much every restart yesterday. Only one time did we see somebody choose the inside, but let's see how this works out for him. We both think, I kind of believe that the inside might be the way. Denny Hamlin believes otherwise as we get ready to go racing.
The stars and cars of NASCAR taking center stage here in Southern California as the green flag waves. Already 3 wide coming off of turn 2. Very wide racetrack. We saw 3 and 4 wide racing here on Saturday in the nationwide race.
I think that run Denny Hamlin got off of turn 2 is exactly why he chose that. He's driving the car. That's why he chose that. He knows what was going to happen, but he could actually keep that inside car pinned down a little bit coming out of 2, but Denny's able to get the lead.
Johnson and Biffle side by side for second spot. Coming across, it will be Biffle who will just add Jimmy Johnson, who's trying to make a move on the inside. Behind them is the 42 of Montoya.
You see Kevin Harvick in that 29 car. He's been fast here all weekend long. They would really like to get a win here today. Well, look at Montoya.
Yeah, he had an idea of trying to make it 3 wide on the outside of Biffle right there. Now he's just going to push him a lot and actually push him into the wall.
This is very aggressive for anybody to be racing this hard early in the race. That's bump drafting, and looks like Biffle even got against the wall a little bit on the back stretch.
Oh, Montoya slips up a couple of car lengths here. The car sliding up the racetrack.
Yeah, we're going to see him utilize this entire racetrack, especially as this fog burns off a little bit more and we get some more sunshine on the racetrack.
Montoya's teammate, the 1 car there, Martin Truex Jr., got to believe they've got the same or very similar setups. He's very racy early on, trying to follow his partner. There's Truex looking back from Montoya as he tries to stay in front of him. Now Harvick will slide up in front of him.
Well, we saw Harvick yesterday in his nationwide car. He stayed committed to the bottom throughout the whole day. We have a lot of racing going on here. You see Tony Stewart making his way forward already.
3 chasers, Martin, Edwards, and Stewart, 12th, 13th, and 14th.
Whoa, look at Hornish get loose. He got the wall just a little bit there in the 77.
Now Jimmy Johnson looks downstairs to take the second spot away from Greg Biffle. Biffle may have qualified second, guys, but he really struggled with his car in happy hour in the final practice on Saturday.
Yeah, I spent some time with Greg Irwin, his crew chief, in the garage this morning, and they felt like the limited practice that they had here really had got them off a little bit because they thought they could run a similar setup that they ran at Kansas, and it just did not work out for them, and they were a little late getting off of it. Felt like they'd made some changes today, and they thought they would be pretty good, so we'll see how it works out for him.
Now sliding back into the throes of Juan Pablo Montoya. We mentioned Montoya is the only driver of the 12 chasers who has never had a top 10 finish at this racetrack.
Yeah, and Andy, those things that you just talked about coming from Kansas, you would think that a lot of that would translate. The banking's about the same. There's not a lot of grip here. Use the same tire. You would have thought that, coming here with a race car setup kind of like that may be close. That's what drives a driver and crew chief kind of crazy in this business.
Well, that's kind of what Greg Irwin said. He said, we really felt that way, that very strongly. He said, actually, Wednesday we made a decision that we were going to stick with this setup from Kansas and work around it. And they finally did have to get off of it in happy hour. Oh, it looks like Harvick got up against the wall a little bit. Man, everybody's touching that wall coming off that corner.
31 car almost against it as he came by. There is Jimmy Johnson second. See the battle third and fourth. Now we talked about the ill-filling Kyle Busch in the 18 car and David Gilliland standing by to get in the car as soon as Kyle gets out.
Yeah, he's standing by. He's right behind him. All he's got to do is look in the mirror. He's right there. That's Gilliland in that 71.
Vince?
David Gilliland, and the plan for him was to get out after about 6 laps. Well, that's the next lap, so Gilliland would be out and free of his car in time for Kyle Busch to get out of his car. So the target is 6 laps for David Gilliland in the 71. That's what we're coming upon now, so we'll keep an eye on the 71 and Gilliland, whether he goes to the garage or they make the change here on pit lane.
We might explain, Vince, how this works. The 71 car, David Gilliland driving the car now, they did not have enough funding to run the whole race, so they're going to start the car, and then we're going to go to the garage area and try to be able to develop funding for future events. That's why Gilliland would be available to get in the 18 car.
Yeah, he might, Dale, he might be staying out there a little bit just so he can see how that 18 car is handling, so he knows what to expect.
Yeah, he may be radioing in already and say, well, it's a little bit loose in this part of the racetrack. Go ahead and make these changes before I get there.
Here's your points leader, Mark Martin, the 5 car. Now he has been passed by the 99, Carl Edwards. And Edwards has now moved to 11th position. That's Mears behind him in the 07. Good run in a happy hour for the 07 of Casey Mears as they go by Allmendinger. And then Martin in the 5 car now back to 13.
Yeah, you can see how they really use the draft. As they see a car that's a little bit faster, they'll jump in there and kind of piggyback with him and utilize the draft. It's not Daytona and Talladega drafting, but you do get a nice pull along there. Dave?
Of course, DJ Mark Martin, as patient as always. The car started out tight in the middle. That's hard to turn loose in and off. That means the back end comes around way too easy. Now as he continues to peak on the inside of Allmendinger there, it is coming to him. The car is improving. Mark just being patient and trying to ride it out after losing spots early on.
Carl Edwards going all the way down on the bottom of the racetrack, exactly what you were talking about, DJ. And here's the 42 car using the inside groove. You talk about different grooves, there's about 3-lane separation between him and Biffle.
That's why these drivers enjoy this racetrack. If your car's not handling one particular spot, then you can find another. We'll see guys on the apron all the way to the very top.
It's a big old wide racetrack, but sometimes it's not wide enough.
Yeah.
You see Sam Hornish right here. Just a few laps ago, we saw him get loose. He's chasing this car way up the racetrack off the corner here on the front straightaway.
That's one Penske car. How about the other Penske car, the 2 car? Same spot, same result. Bounce it off the wall.
It looks like you need to be the guy behind because he doesn't have any problem. It's the one of those 2 that's in front that hits the wall.
Tightening up toward the front, Jimmy Johnson now beginning to move in on Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has led all 9 laps thus far after sitting on the pole.
I don't think this is going to be a surprise to anybody down on the pit road that Jimmy Johnson is coming to the forefront right here. He dominated this race last year.
Yeah, when I was talking to Alan Gustafson in the garage this morning, Mark Martin's crew chief, he told me he felt like the fastest cars in practice were the 11 and 42. He felt like the next one was probably Jimmy Johnson in 48. That was in happy hour. Things changed, though. Weather conditions right now are quite different than they were yesterday.
Jimmy
have a good cloud cover. I'm sorry, we got a good cloud cover right now that should burn off.
Anticipating a lot of sunshine today, but as of yet it hasn't burned off. So
they're behind him if you need it.
Some of the guys who are set up for warmer weather are still struggling a little bit. Jimmy Johnson not one of them, though, as he will go by and take the lead as they come down here on lap number 11. He dominated, leading 228 laps of 250 a year ago, and he becomes our 2nd leader here today.
Just my championship ride.
Want a chance to win $10,000? Put your NASCAR knowledge to the test with the ESPN Pick 12 Challenge. Go to ESPN.com/Pick12 and guess the order the 12 chase drivers will finish next week in Charlotte. We'll announce who picked this week's order in the first 30 laps of the Charlotte race, so make sure you watch. This week's winner who picked the correct order from Kansas is Gordon R. from Newport Richey, Florida. So congratulations to Gordon on the $10,000 win. 15 laps complete and high above Auto Club Speedway. These aerial coverage courtesy of our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Jimmy Johnson has become our 2nd leader today after Denny Hamlin led the first 10 laps. Now Johnson has led the last 5. Battle back it for 3rd position. Kevin Harvick there, the 29 car, going by Denny Hamlin.
No, not so fast. Here comes Hamlin on the outside.
Or trying to go by Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, it looked like he had him cleared there, but that momentum took over. See Gilliland over there getting ready. to get in that 18 car as soon as we get a caution. Jamie?
David Gilliland, one job for the day is down as he makes his way to pit road. What's your biggest concern, David, as you get in a race car you haven't been in yet?
You know, it's just kind of the unknown, I guess. But the car looked good. Kyle looked good out there, and you know, their stuff runs good every week. So we'll be fine. You know, Steve has got a lot of adjustability in the car, so I guess they changed a bunch of stuff this morning on the car anyway, so really wouldn't have done much good at practice yesterday. And so we'll see where we're at.
Well, he's got a few inches on you. It'll be interesting to see how he fits in this seat. And Shannon, you have more on the 18?
Yeah, we're down here in the pit stall right now with the 18 team. There's been no word from Kyle Busch. The team did tell me that the pre-race plan was to have Kyle get out of the car in the first caution, but so far there's been no word from inside the cockpit from the driver. He's only given car conditions, and if you guys are wondering, the car's a little tight.
The drama building here. And you see the all-important hat change. There was a sponsor rep making sure they put the hat on for the sponsor for the 18 car. And DJ, how difficult is this for David Gilliland to get out of one car and get in a car? As you heard, Jamie said that he hasn't been in all weekend.
Yeah, I think that will be difficult. It'll take him a little time to adjust to the car, and just, you know, he'll have to be careful for a little while till he gets a good feel for it, and then start making adjustments to what fits his driving style. And you know, I'm sure he was in the car this morning getting fitted up and that part of it, but it will be a challenge because Kyle is a little bit taller than what David is, but they obviously know that they can make it work in this case.
We'll chronicle that change when it happens here momentarily. Now, you heard Rusty Wallace in our NASCAR Countdown show said, watch out for Juan Pablo Montoya. It's already been a good weekend for Ganassi Racing. They won the Indy Racing League Championship. Dario Franchitti yesterday in South Florida, and he's trying to get his driver now to move closer to a NASCAR title. Last week's winner, Tony Stewart, we told you that he started back in 20th today and wasn't that good in happy hour.
Well, he wasn't good in these short runs in the single lap, fastest lap, but he was good in a long run, and we saw that yesterday in happy hour, that the longer they ran, the better his car was, and now we see him starting to come to the front.
Yeah, the guy you could see right in front of him was Brian Vickers, who's moved up 16 spots. He started 32nd in this race and is already up to 16th. And we know this is exactly the kind of racetrack, a lot like Michigan. And he ran very well there, so could be another good day for him. He didn't practice all that well, obviously didn't qualify that well, but looks like he has his car to his liking right now.
Brian Vickers won the Michigan race, snapping an 87 race winless streak. Here's the 99 car all the way on the bottom of the racetrack.
Goodness gracious, he's all the way completely down on the apron.
We told you these guys would be looking for grip anywhere that they can find it today. It's just hard to come about. Usually when you're down there, it's whenever your car is pretty tight through the center of the corner, you get it down there and try to get it to turn a little bit, then you can drive it really hard. You've got more room to drive it off the corner.
And now look at him, he's completely against the wall in 1 and 2. He was on the apron in 3 and 4.
So maybe it's loose on that end. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. That only worked for one end, what I was talking about.
And you could actually see behind him the 07 car running the same line the 99 was running as Casey Mears trying to come. Here's a 24 car, the 4-time champion and 3-time California winner, Jeff Gordon, also using that bottom groove.
Yeah, I can't believe he built a big old wide racetrack like this. It's not big enough. They have to go all the way down the apron.
Well, you don't have the banking to help make your car turn. So you can get that left front, especially off on that, and it kind of de-wedges the car and will make it turn to where you can accelerate up out of the corner.
Jeff Gordon coming off a second-place finish last week. He driving the car he finished second with here back in February. Pretty good battle here for 9th spot.
Yeah, we saw that one car, Truex, really charge up through there on the start, but now he's kind of faded just a little bit. That's a good short run setup.
Yeah, Casey Mears was really good in practice yesterday. Childress has 3 of his cars in the top 10, so it looks like a very promising start to this day for them.
Right behind them is Mark Martin in 10th position. Should say 11th spot. Dave.
And you guys talked to him before the race about the line he might be running. They practiced on the low line for sure. And Mark just radioed into crew chief Gustafson, you know, I'm running that low line, and so far the guys right in front of me are not pulling away. So I'm going to stick to it, but keep me posted.
Tony Stewart trying to move up, and the 44 car struggling, maybe moving back. That is 16th and 17th position, A.J. Allmendinger and the 2-time champ. Tony going down to try to take that spot away and try to slide up in front. He will take it away. Drama building now. Kyle Busch trying to hang on. A very sick Kyle Busch has the flu, has strep throat. David Gilliland standing by in his pits. The driver change on pit road when we come back in just a moment. We are 26 laps in the Pepsi 500 here at California, and we have just gotten our third leader of the day. Show you how it happened here just moments ago. Jimmy Johnson was the leader, but this 42 car was coming in a hurry.
He'd been running the high line most of the time. You can see right here, he's going to drop down to the inside. He's going to beat Jimmy Johnson back to the start-finish line. Before they could get to turn one, he was going to clear him.
Juan Pablo Montoya is on a mission. Dave.
And guys, can you believe Juan Pablo told me in the ride around before the race that he didn't know how to run the bottom going down into turn number 1? Actually, after that question was asked, we talked further going around the track, and he said, I know how to do it. That's one of the things that I've learned in my last year of really developing as a driver. He said, but I still like the high line, and as they take the lead, they're looking at probably lap 41 for their first pit stop. If we're still under green, it'll be a nice challenge for this 42 team to try to keep their guy out front.
Agreed, Dave. What a job Brian Patty and this team have done. They've only had Juan Pablo Montoya only has 5 career top 5 finishes as a Cup Series driver, but he's had 3 in a row here in the chase. He's the only driver to finish in the top 5 in all 3 chase races thus far.
Man, stepping it up when he needs to. Yeah, not getting away from Jimmy right here, though. Jimmy's staying with him pretty good.
You can see this team really building towards this throughout the season. It was just like it took a little bit of time for Brian Patty and Juan Pablo to kind of get on the same page. But since they've done that, man, they've been really solid.
Here's the 88 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. That a huge disappointment a week ago at Kansas, where he started in the back of the pack, came all the way up, started on the front row, came all the way up and led 41 laps prior to having a lug nut issue and then finally an engine failure. But he was pretty good in the final laps of happy hour yesterday.
It looks like he has a pretty good car today. He's making passes. Most of the passes he's tried to make to the outside, but he's also able to run the bottom of the racetrack.
Kept hearing, you heard Mark Martin say that he felt like the track would stay fairly consistent because it's a daytime race. We're starting now, though, we started this race with a little cloud cover, but we're starting to see the sun pop out just a little bit over beyond the backstretch, so we expect it to come out and maybe heat this racetrack up and change it a little bit.
We talked about starting on the front row last week for Dale Jr. The 00 of David Rudiman thought he was going to start on the front row here today. Qualified second, but in post-qualifying inspection, they had an issue with the shock absorber having too much pressure, and he had to start back in 42nd position. Shannon.
Pretty disappointing start for the 00. Spoke with Rodney Childers this morning. He said he felt the car was very good. It was only obviously the track position they were going to have to battle. Right now they're also battling some loose conditions, but guys, they are going for something on the track, and that is that 13th spot in the points. They are battling the 17 and the 18, and with Kyle Busch feeling ill today, they know that it's an opportunity for them to try to make up some points and get to that 13th spot.
That is a good point, Shannon. They're 15th in the points right now, and he was the only non-chase driver, by the way, to finish in the top 10 last week at Kansas. So this team really starting to get it done here in the final 10 races. Here's David Gilliland standing in the Kyle Busch pits, listening to the radio, getting ready to put his helmet on and possibly climb in this car. Let's go down and show you what's going to happen when we go down to our Craftsman Tech garage and Tim Brewer.
Jerry, the first thing's going to happen when Kyle comes down pit road, he's going to drop his window net, get it out of the way. He's going to start unloosening the belts, laying them over out of the way, making sure that when David gets in the car, he knows where they're placed. But the trick is, folks, getting the steering wheel off. It's on a quick disconnect hub right here, and he's literally going to take the wheel off, put it up here, turn the ignition switch off, and he's going to bail out. When David gets back in, he just reaches for the belts, puts the belts back on, puts the steering wheel back in place, making sure that it's affixed properly, and you're going to see the NASCAR inspectors looking inside to make sure that the belts are reattached, radio wires hooked up, steering wheel's on, then he'll continue off pit road.
That's a good point, Tim. They will have a NASCAR inspector looking in both the left and right side windows to make sure everything has been reattached properly for safety. Now, when the day began, this 18 car had to go to the rear of the field for an engine change, but Andy, he didn't stay there very long.
Well, he's gained 20 spots, and he's not feeling well. So it means he's got a pretty good car. It's a big racetrack too, and if we get a caution flag, it should be no issue at all to be able to change drivers in this car and not lose a lap. They'd have to go to the rear, obviously, but they still would not lose a lap because the racetrack is so big. So I expect when we see that first caution, you'll see Kyle get out.
Right now it is Juan Pablo Montoya at the front of the field here after 33 of 250 laps. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Race number 4 in the chase for the Sprint Cup, the Pepsi 500 at California, is under green as we approach green flag pit stops. Juan Pablo Montoya in the target car. The 42 is the race leader, third different driver out front. All three of them chasers. Pole sitter Denny Hamlin led the first 10 laps, then Jimmy Johnson from 11 through 24, and Montoya out in front now. Green flag pit stops have begun. Shannon?
Well, Jeff Burton in that 31 says he cannot turn the car. Chassis adjustments for the 31 car, 4 tires and fuel. Greg Biffle, who had a great start to this race, is also on pit road right now. He says it's tight center and then the car snaps loose. They are going to make a track bar adjustment and air pressure, try to get that 16 better on some long runs and try to get them to the front of the race so they can get a victory here today. Dave.
Matt Kenseth has been sliding the nose, but he said, you know what, this car is a little bit more loose than tight. They've made an air pressure and chassis adjustment for Matt. He leaves pit road. Vince?
The 9 car of Casey Kane. Kane says it needs to be tighter. He doesn't have any side bite. They're going to make a track bar adjustment. Also add some tape to the front of the grille because the temperature hasn't gotten up yet. 4 tires for the 9 as well. Casey Kane. Dave?
Jimmy Johnson's getting a big track bar adjustment and air pressure. He said the car was tight about halfway through the run. Then he said a lot tighter as the run went on. Mark Martin is also on pit road. Had been running in the 11th position. 4 fresh tires full of Sunoco fuel. He's already gotten a wedge adjustment, has Mark Martin, and he said mostly the car is getting tight in the middle and loose in and off of the corner. Mark Martin now exits pit road, just going by Sam Hornish.
Jeff Gordon coming out. You see him coming down pit road, and you're hearing all these guys complaining of tight in the middle and loose off in the corners. Typical here at California. Let's go down to Dave quickly.
Leader Montoya on pit road. They are finishing up on the left side. They talked about the race car that was getting pretty tight at the end, and they worried about a track bar adjustment. They got the track bar adjustment done, and 4 fresh tires. Jamie?
And Tony Stewart, they go to work on the left side there. Tony Stewart saying the car is free on the high and through the center, starting to get a little bit better though, Vince.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin started on the pole but faded back. The car a little too loose in and out. They made a track bar adjustment on that 11 car. The 39 of Ryan Newman, a right front air pressure adjustment. The car getting a little bit better as the run goes along. As you see, making the 4 tire change as well for Ryan Newman. Remember, they started 36th today. Needed to make their way toward the front. Have to make something happen. Shannon?
Kurt Busch in the number 2 car pulling his car down pit road right now. The car has been good all race. That is the exact word that Kurt Busch used to explain it. They're going to get 4 tires and fuel. This is a brand new race car for Kurt Busch here this weekend. This team knows that they are still in this championship hunt, looking for a great run this weekend as they go to work on that 2 car. Guys?
Kurt Busch started 39th a week ago and drove his car all the way toward the top 10. Another new car as he is on and off pit road. We'll also note the 18 car of Kyle Busch, because of a green flag stop, opted not to make the driver change.
Well, it wouldn't make any sense to do that under green because you'd lose too much time. See, Jimmy Johnson inherited the lead after all these pit stops because he made his pit stop just a little bit sooner, and with the speed fall off of these tires as they run, just having that extra lap on new tires has put him out in front of that 42.
Yeah, could have possibly got on and off pit road a little bit better too, so that whole combination put him back in front of Montoya.
Left side of your screen, battle for 7th and 8th. Carl Edwards able to go by Clint Boyer and take the 7th spot away. You heard Dave Burns talking about that pit stop a moment ago. People are complaining the cars are tight because the temperature is not coming up. We're not talking about track temperature. We're actually talking about, I guess, the ambient temperature. Everyone thought it would be a little bit warmer and slicker here today.
Yeah, and you're going to have to be careful because I think the temperature will go up, but these guys were afraid to put the tape on there. Some guys adding some tape, which should also help the downforce and that condition that they're talking about, tied in the center of the corner and loose on the exit. Dave?
DJ, can I bring up one other thing on ambient temperature? How about driver comfort? I asked Juan Pablo Montoya this morning if he remembers when it was 114 degrees here. He said, oh yeah. He said going down the straightaway, I'd have to lift my right foot off the accelerator and trade it for my left foot while I took the burning right foot off for just a moment so it wouldn't burn all day long. The drivers like this a lot better, even if it hurts their handling.
Yeah, I promise you. Yeah, we've all been in that situation where it burned you. You tried to get your shoes right and the floorboards right now, but it will happen. And that was just extremely hot day. And you obviously don't have that today, as we see Montoya trying to take the lead back away from Jimmy Johnson right here, and he's going to do that. But these guys are enjoying this temperature a lot more than what they did that year.
It is perfect weather out here, and I can see just beyond the racetrack the sun is shining on some of the landscape behind the racetrack, so it'll be on this racetrack before long.
Back on Labor Day, when this race normally would have run this year, it was 105 degrees here in Fontana, California.
Barely there, you're good.
And now the heat's really on the racetrack with the competition as Jimmy Johnson comes driving back underneath Montoya.
Yeah, you'd think we were in the last 50 laps of this race instead of the first 50. These guys going at it hard as they can, but that's the way this championship battle is going to be for these guys too.
Okay, when you sit here like this, Dale, and you feel like you got one car to beat, like, man, look at Jimmy Johnson. But do you think that maybe they're thinking about leading the most laps even this early in the race?
There's no doubt that both of these guys, they want to do that. And I'm sure that Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus are looking at that scenario. They know that that pays extra points that could be very valuable before this is all over.
Right now it's Jimmy Johnson who has led 16 and Montoya has led 17. And look at the point standings there. You see Montoya now had moved up a spot, 13 back of Jimmy Johnson. Our leader, Mark Martin, back, who was the points leader, now back 19 behind in third position.
I tell you what, they had their hands full with this 42 car all day long. They've been strong. We've seen them each week getting a little bit better, ready to win on an oval track.
Well, that's the thing, and they're due. They just flat are due. This is a car they ran at Indianapolis and led virtually the entire race until they got penalized for speeding on pit road. They got it back here, and it looks like it's performing just like it did at Indy.
Juan Pablo has had a lot of firsts in his career. Juan Pablo Montoya won the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie. He went over to Formula One and won 7 times, including the crown jewel there, the Grand Prix of Monaco, and is trying to inch closer to a NASCAR title here in 2009.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Here are the current standings for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year. Points are accumulated by the team who wins the race by fan votes and by an ESPN pick. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. is number 1, Jeff Gordon close behind, Tony Stewart and Jimmy Johnson. You can make your pick for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year by texting the car number for the pit crew you think is the fastest and most valuable in each race to 2258. Standard messaging rates do apply.
You see Denny Hamlin right here in front of Jeff Gordon, and he was really one of the faster cars in all the practices that we've had. But most of the practices had sun on the racetrack, and we haven't seen that yet today. I expect to see it soon, and possibly Denny Hamlin will start back towards the front.
They said he was battling a loose race car now, though, so that could make it even more so for him. You can see Gordon still not able to make the run, even though he's challenged here for the last 3 or 4 laps, hasn't gotten by Denny Hamlin.
Already a number of cars in the garage area, and the latest one was this one, the 7 car. What's that sticking out of the side, guys?
That's exhaust pipes. That's a people problem right there. Somebody left something off the checklist or didn't check it. There's bolts and actually even some hangers that are safety hangers to hold that exhaust on the car so it doesn't come off. Because obviously the hangers are doing their job, but the bolts have come loose.
I had a car when I was a teenager that I had the exhaust sticking out like that, but that was okay back then.
Looks kind of cool.
Juan Pablo Montoya, if you just joined our coverage, we've had 5 lead changes among 4 different drivers, and Montoya now has led twice for 24 laps.
Getting ready to put a lap on Scott Speed and Paul Menard right here. Look at him thread the needle.
Montoya 5 trips to this racetrack, and his best finish was 11th back in February. Not had a top 10 finish. Here's the 5 and the 99 battling on the racetrack as Mark Martin goes by for the 6th position.
This is kind of just vintage Mark Martin. His car wasn't exactly what he was looking for at the beginning of the race. Comes in, makes an adjustment. Now he's on the march forward up to the 6th spot.
Back in the spring in February, Mark Martin moved himself into the top 10 and began moving up slowly in the field and lost an engine here. His first DNF of the year. He ended up finishing 40th at this track in February.
That's one of the things about this big old racetrack. It'll eat up an engine in a heartbeat. You just get up there and hang on those RPMs so long on the straightaway. It's not like you just run them up and come back down, run them up and down like you do on some of the other tracks. You really stay at these high speeds for a long time, and broad sweeping corners.
Mark Martin's been a part of this series for 27 years, and when you ask Martin, he thinks, so, you know, this NASCAR racing is a lot like high school.
For the most part, you know, it's kind of like being in high school. You know, you got the people you like, you got the people you tolerate, and you got the people that you don't like. And, you know, you all have to get along every day, you know, and that's not that much different here.
Pretty well sums it up.
Yeah, it does. And he said something there that a lot of people, I think, don't understand, that our sport's a little bit different. You take the NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, whatever it is, and even though teams play each other throughout the year, they don't do it every single week. Every weekend, these guys race against the same people. If you have a problem with them, that's why you need to work things out. And as Mark said, you know, there's guys you really get along with, others that you just put up with, and then there's others that just simply it's not going to work, so you try to stay away from them as much as possible.
And on the other hand, I don't believe there's a single driver in the garage here that doesn't respect and admire what Mark Martin has done in his career here in this sport.
You're exactly right about that, and you know, he's accomplished a lot, and he's just a you know, first-class guy.
Yeah, look at how Mark Martin is, his steering wheel position and how he moves his hand on the straightaway. It's kind of a unique Mark Martin style, and it really works great for him. But you see the difference. Montoya, I was watching his in-car just a little bit earlier, and he seems to have his wheel a lot further out, almost like an IndyCar style where they've got their steering wheel away from them a little bit.
Yeah, Mark even wears a pad on his right elbow, you can see, because he gets it over against the steering wheel and actually turns.
Yeah, look at the difference right here. You can see the steering wheel quite a ways away from Montoya.
And I think that probably comes from Montoya's open wheel background, to where they have to be a little further away with that to be able to do everything that they do there. And so he just adapted it to this style of racing. Working pretty good here.
In Formula One, turning left and right so quickly on those road courses around Europe, you got to have room for those elbows to move here.
You got to let them fly. Both styles obviously work well.
Moving in on 60 laps here of 250. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing, race number 4 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. And it is Juan Pablo Montoya, our leader, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, and Denny Hamlin. We'll take you up to speed on the leaders and more in a moment. Under caution for the first time of the day here in the Pepsi 500, Jamie McMurray's car, right rear tire. You see the contact he had there. And he would have been the car that would have gotten the free pass, and there will be no free pass. And under this caution, we will have a driver change as Kyle Busch will come down, and David Gilliland standing here getting that helmet ready and getting a sip of water will climb in the 18 car. Juan Pablo Montoya, our leader. Jimmy Johnson second, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, and Denny Hamlin the top 5.
This will give some of these drivers and teams an opportunity to make some changes under this caution to try to get their cars improved, to see if they can do anything with Juan Pablo Montoya and Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick, who seem to have really, really good race cars. Jeff Gordon has moved into that 4th spot, finally got around Denny Hamlin.
Kyle Busch, by the way, had gained 20 positions. Dale Earnhardt Jr. had gained 18 spots since the drop of the green flag 60 laps ago. They pitted on lap 40, and now here on lap 60, they will come down again. Let's go down to Jamie.
Well, even though the sun has come out, the 24 car has remained the same. Tight through the middle, loose off 4 tires. Another track bar adjustment for Jeff Gordon. Dave?
You're Juan Pablo Montoya, center of your screen. No adjustments to his car. He likes the way, just a little tight at the end. He likes the way it's running. There will be adjustment for Jimmy Johnson, bottom of the screen. Came up 3rd place for that. And that was for a car that's a little bit snug in the center of the corner. Vince?
The 29 car of Kevin Harvick is coming in, and you see Denny Hamlin pulled in just in front of him. Harvick says the car's just a little bit tight. They're going to take 4 tires, also a little tape on the grill. For Denny Hamlin, it's a 4-tire change as well. He's been battling more of a loose condition, but they've been running up in the top 5, and they're off.
race off of pit road, 2 wide, and they move in on the inside. Montoya will hold the lead. Kevin Harvick up a spot.
Wow, look at Jimmy Johnson loses 6 spots on that stop.
Very atypical for that 48 team.
First 2-tire guy, Newman.
Yeah, Newman up 17 spots with that 2 tires.
That's how close it was. Harvick and Montoya. See Hamlin and Gordon coming by. And then a host of others behind him. Let's watch the lug nut issue here on the 48 that cost him 6 positions.
See right here, drop a nut on the right front. Have to wait for that. That one little hiccup cost him 6 spots in the pits. Shows you just how competitive it is down there.
There's the 18 car of Kyle Busch coming down, and David Gilliland. If you just joined our coverage, Kyle's had the flu, had the strep throat early in the week, had to get out of the Nationwide car yesterday and put Denny Hamlin in. And now David Gilliland, who started another car, it's already parked in the garage area.
4,700. 12 will be 10 away for you. They're stacking up here. 10 away. Yeah, 47. All right, 10.
They will count Kyle
3,
down.
2, 1. Brake, put on the brake.
See, first priority is getting the driver change done.
Take the right side window out so they can help unhook and rehook the driver.
Kyle was running 23rd when that caution came out.
As Tim Brewer told you, they'll have a NASCAR official on both sides of the car once the driver is in to make sure all the belts are secure and tight.
Not only that, they want to make sure the Hans device is hooked up, the steering wheel is latched on and hooked up. They check all this even before the race. They check every car before the race starts, and so when they make a driver change, they want to make sure that that's handled.
Yeah, and they'll make him talk over the radio to make sure that he has radio communication, especially that he can hear the crew chief and the spotter.
The spotter watching the pace car, letting them know the pace car in the middle of the back straightaway now going in toward turn 3.
Everything goes smoothly here. They should have plenty of time to get everything hooked up that they need to.
Turn 3.
Actually, they need to go ahead and change tires right now, too, because they're getting a 1-to-go signal from NASCAR. You saw that official holding a finger up, meaning that they're going to get a 1-to-go when they come to the line here.
Kyle trying to struggle to get up those stairs and watch a little bit of this race as the pace car is now in turn 4.
Got new tires. Got new tires.
Got
tires and
it.
fuel. Got tires, guys.
A little miscommunication there. They should have been out there quicker doing this. They may end up okay on this. The pace car just past the entrance of pit road.
Good. Come around. Come around. Well, no, go.
This 18 car is over halfway down pit road. You can see the pace car coming in the background. They're going to make it.
They got to be at 55 miles an hour. There he goes. And can he get down and not lose a lap? It's going to be very close as the pace car comes down. And
looks like he's barely going to beat the pace car here, and he'll be able to go back around and fill in the back of the field.
Way to cut it close there, boys. Thank you very much.
Boy, that's how close it was.
Nice job. That's a lot to get done.
Well, one thing, they were counting on another lap of caution where they could just get this driver change done, come back around and change tires. But when that 1-to-go signal came up, they knew they had to get all the work done this lap.
There's rocket science there, Steve.
The driver change has been made. Now let's show you again what happened with the 48 car and exactly in terms of time how much it cost Jimmy Johnson's guys on pit road with that lug nut issue.
You see our clock will start as soon as the car stops and the right side goes up. See right here they're changing the tires and they have a little issue there with that lug nut. That time on the right side should be under 7 seconds, and you can see it's 8 seconds. Jack time about 4 seconds. That's about right. Maybe just a little bit off. Left side 3.3. That's a good stop on the left, but they lost too much time over on the right. Let's compare that stop to Kurt Busch. He had the fastest 4-tire stop at 12.6. You see 5.7 on the right. That's excellent. Right side. 3.6 on the Jack, and you see the 3.3, the same as Jimmy Johnson on the left.
So we are finishing up caution number 1 on the day, the incident involving Jamie McMurray. And there is Chad Knaus reflective on the fact that something that you normally don't see with his bunch is a mistake on pit road and a miscue that cost him 6 positions. The good news for Jimmy Johnson, still a lot of racing to go here at a track where he has been very, very good. Montoya leads him down. It'll be him, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Jeff Gordon, and Greg Biffle in the top 5 as we go back to green.
Wow, look like Kevin Harvick got a big jump through 1 and 2.
Sure did. Mark Martin coming through the middle right there, picking up a couple of spots.
I just have to question that outside on the restarts. We saw all day yesterday in the nationwide race, most of the guys were choosing the outside lane and getting beat by the guy on the inside.
Kevin Harvick from nearby Bakersfield, California, has never won a Cup race at the home racetrack, or he hasn't led a lap yet today, and he will not lead this time by.
Boy, it was close. He may, maybe not. Computer says the 11 car led that lap.
By about 2 feet.
Maybe less.
Harvick takes it back again down on the bottom of the racetrack, but the official scoring is at the start-finish line, and here comes Denny Hamlin back on the outside.
Yeah, you can see Harvick there coming off of turn 2. Really had to walk his car up the racetrack. It, like it was bouncing him pretty loose.
Mark Martin moving in on the 29 car, back in 3rd position.
Well, that sun is out now. You can see it on the racetrack. And Denny Hamlin is now at the front. That's where his car was the best yesterday in happy hours when the sun was out.
You saw Jimmy Johnson at the top of your screen now, determined to get those 6 positions back in a hurry. Now Mark Martin moves to the outside to try to take the 2nd spot away.
Yeah, we don't see Mark make a pass on the outside too much. He likes, as he said earlier, he's pretty committed to that inside, but he's got a fast race car. They're able to make that out, give him some confidence. Here comes Montoya on the inside of Harvick.
Montoya makes the move. Jeff Gordon all the way under the white line here on the bottom of the track.
He gets by Harvick.
Unlike Daytona and Talladega, folks, where you can't move down below the double yellow line or the white line, at these racetracks you can use it. If it's paved, you're able to use it.
I think you can use it even if it's not paved. I wouldn't advise it, but there's no penalty. Here goes Mark on the outside. Man, he's getting it done now.
Mark Martin, when interviewed in our countdown show, looked very, very confident, talking about the guys had him a good race car here, and he's showing it here in the early laps.
They made some changes late in the session yesterday. Took the time to make some changes with the trailing armor thing, and I think there was something that, as they adjusted on this car, they've made it better and better for Mark. He seemed pretty excited about as you said, Doc, very optimistic that those changes were going to allow him to have a chance to win this race.
Well, that's what I was asking the Gustafson about. They were the fastest in happy hour, and they were still making changes down there, big change, major changes, looking for something better.
Let's go down and hear from Kyle Busch. Dave.
He has climbed down from the pit box now. Kyle, are you sticking around, or are you going to head back and take a blow?
I'm going to go lay down for a little bit and see if I can't get some fluids or something in me at the infield care center. But car was decent, so real proud of the effort on these guys. I appreciate them sticking behind me. I'm sorry I had to get out.
What information did you pass along that you hope David Gilliland can use?
Well, the car wasn't bad. It was a little bit tight for me the first run. We loosened it up and we got it a little bit more for how I like it. Started getting a little bit loose in, so hopefully it's not too loose for him. All right.
Heal up. We hope you feel better.
Thanks.
By the way, guys, real quick, Mike Brown, David Gilliland's normal spotter, has replaced a spotter on the spotting stand for its driver. So that communication taking place now between Gilliland and his spotter, Mike Brown.
And give a call to Kyle Busch, too, Dave. I mean, as sick as he was, folks, he passed 20 cars before they made the driver change and got them in good position.
Yeah, you got to give Kyle a lot of credit. Yesterday in the nationwide race, he led the race, really the whole race until he did get out.
Mark Martin in the 5 car. The points leader is our race leader, Denny Hamlin and Juan Montoya in 2nd and 3rd. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
New leader here in California, Juan Pablo Montoya back out in front. Talk about that in just a second. First, the motorsports calendar. NHRA from Virginia. The finals tonight, 7 Eastern on ESPN2. NASCAR now wraps up today's race tonight at 10 Eastern on ESPN2. Then next weekend, it's on to Charlotte, the NASCAR Nationwide Series. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, ESPN2. And the 5th race in the chase, the NASCAR Banking 500 only from Bank of America. 7 Eastern next Saturday night on ABC. So the 10th lead change of this race happening just a second ago. Juan Pablo Montoya kicked back a little bit after the restart, Rusty and Brad, but he ran back up there.
Yeah, but I tell you, when those pressures on the tires came up, take a look at this. He works the top side of this racetrack, got this car really handling good, then a lot of momentum off the corner, right past Mark Martin on the outside, and Montoya's been glued to the top of the racetrack. That car's been handling perfect.
And Brad, something else we're starting to see now as the sun is coming out, the cloud cover's burning away. We're starting to see this racing get a little crazier here.
Yeah, we are starting to see guys spread out and try to search for grip. And as that sun comes up, heats that racetrack up, there's going to be more spots to stick these race cars. But as you watch Montoya here, I've watched a couple of his laps over the past 10 laps, and some of his lap times he's clicked off have been really, really quick. He's got a super race car. Mark Martin, once again, right there in the mix. Jimmy Johnson's coming behind these guys. We're setting up for some good racing as we go throughout the day.
And gotta love, one's up the top, one's down the bottom. Drivers love it when a racetrack has options. All right, let's check in on some of these front runners now and how their races are going so far. Juan Pablo Montoya, Dave Burns has the update. Dave, take us up to speed.
Yeah, he may be the leader. He might not be at the start-finish line. Mark Martin's going to settle in back behind. You know, you guys were talking about Montoya and the high line he was running, but he passed on the low line earlier. I asked his crew chief, Brian Patty, this morning, what's the biggest thing that Juan Pablo has done to improve his game? And Brian said, running everywhere, adaptability. Champions adapt, and Juan Pablo has learned how to do that in the last 12 months. Now, as Mark Martin puts pressure on him, they made an adjustment to that race car. They made a wedge adjustment for a car that was just a little bit too free on the last stop. So they have been improving that car, and obviously, Mark, after running outside the top 10, is right back in it. As for the 48 car, after that bad pit stop, he's worked his way back up to third place. Of course, Chad on the radio afterwards telling his team, we cannot have that, emphasizing the word not. They may not have it again for the rest of the day as they hope to improve and keep Jimmy in the hunt. Vince?
Denny Hamlin was your pole sitter, led early in this race, so they picked up 5 bonus points, which is important to this team. Crew Chief Tony Gibson said they were really going to keep an eye on the skies because this track changes a lot from cloud to sun, and we've got sun for the first time today. Gibson said he'd like his car to err on the side of tight, but right now, Hamlin is loose. Jamie?
And behind him is Jeff Gordon. Steve Latarda's crew chief told me this morning they had an upbeat step this weekend because they were able to beat their teammates of the 48 and 5 last weekend. He says it's disheartening to get beat by them every week. Right now, though, his car is just tight in the middle, and if he wants to beat them again, they need to get a little bit better, guys.
Kevin Harvick has been running up near the top 5 most of the day, and that's been quite a jump for this team. They've started to come on a little bit of late. The car has been good all weekend long, and Harvick says other than not having a lot of rear grip, he feels pretty comfortable in the car today. Said it took the tires a little bit longer to come up than he was hoping for, but it's been a good run for the 29 in the early going. Alan?
All right, Vince, thanks. And somebody else catching our attention in the pit studio, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He just cracked the top 10.
Oh, yeah, he's won from 37th starting position all the way up to the top 10. You know, we've been watching for a long time. When's he going to turn a corner, Brad?
Yeah.
When's his team going to start running better? He's got it on the move today.
He has been very fast all day long as we see Kevin Harvick here still on the move as he slides in front of Jeff Gordon. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has a good-looking race car. Hopefully he can get it to the end of the day and get a good, strong finish for he and crew chief Lance McGrew.
On NASCAR Countdown, we talked about mistakes. Saw that with Jimmy Johnson. Talked about Kevin Harvick, how winning would cure a lot of things. Talked about momentum. Juan Pablo Montoya, the only driver with all top 5 finishes in the chase races so far, is your leader.
Welcome back to the Auto Club Speedway. Pit stops happening right now. Your top 3 on pit road. The 42 of Juan Pablo Montoya, top of your screen. Losing forward bite was his complaint. They'll make a track bar and a left rear wedge adjustment. Let's try it. It's early in the race, he said. Middle of your screen, Mark Martin. He doesn't want any changes. The car is good in 1 and 2, perfect in 3 and 4. And as for Jimmy Johnson, as he comes down pit road, a little loose in the back over something. He was running through the lines of the track, so he wanted a little bit of adjustment on that. Vince?
The 11 car of Denny Hamlin is in. He says he found a little something in turns 1 and 2, but he's going to need to be tightened up a bit to make it work. He's too free on the throttle. They're making an air pressure adjustment in both rear tires and down 1 round on the track bar. 4 tires for the 11 of Denny Hamlin, as the 1 of Martin Truex was the first one out.
With 2 tires, guys, and they rolled the dice a little bit to get him up 11 position. So Truex the first off pit road.
Yeah, you see Jimmy Johnson lost 4 spots again on pit road. Definitely a sore spot for the 48 team so far today.
But if we put a camera down there, Chad Canals is not up on that pit box right now. I bet he's down.
He's probably down there discussing this stop.
Here's the reason for the caution flag. Right front tire went down on Ryan Newman's car. He was the driver that had taken 2 right side tires on the previous caution flag. And he brought the caution out, so had to come on pit road now twice. There's a race off. Montoya. You see the 5 car, the Truex car, the 1 car had already gone. Look how close this is, guys.
Yeah, it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 6th off of pit road. Man, 4 or 5 wide there.
And again, Martin Truex, the 1 car, 2 tires. The call for Kevin Mannion, and gets Truex out of the pits first ahead of everybody. Back in a moment. Aerial coverage high above Auto Club Speedway, brought to you by our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. We are working caution for the 2nd time a day, and here are the top 5 stops.
Yeah, you can see the 2-tire stop, 6.6 for Martin Truex. But look at that, 12.7 for both Penske cars, Sam Hornish and Kurt Busch. And you see David Gilliland with that 18 with a 13 flat. You don't see the 48 on there. I want to see just how competitive it is down there, though. Look at this. I mean, Jimmy Johnson lost 4 spots on that last round, but it's so close. I mean, 13.4 is just, you would think of a pretty good stop. But it's just so tight down there that if you give up a half a second, I mean, it's going to cost you spots. See, right there's the breakdown. It's a little bit everywhere.
And if you're Chad Knaus and you've been so good and been so flawless on pit road, now you've had 2 consecutive stops of problems. What do you do?
Well, it's not a problem. I mean, 13.4 is still a decent stop. I mean, they just got beat. That's just how competitive it is. Dave?
Well, and as crew chief talked to driver, here's what they had to say about it.
Okay, remember to accelerate really hard all the way to your mark, bud. Can't do it any harder than what I just did. I'm spinning the tires all the way out to my mark, so I don't know what else I can do there. That's all right.
So they know what the problem is, although he has been trying to correct it already. Jimmy will try to get a little more grip. DJ, how do you do that on these cement pit? This one is cement, right, on the part where they accelerate? I'm going out to look. Yeah, it's the cement. So how tough is it to get grip when you're leaving?
Yeah, it's really fine balance, and you have to be careful and try to get Jimmy to get out of there harder, because that'll make the driver try to accelerate a little bit sooner just as that jack drops, and then they find themselves breaking an axle. So as much as you want to try to improve that, you really have to be careful.
Well, let's break it down just a little bit more. I mean, we can look at the total time spent on pit road and break it down into the pit stop. The drive time we call driver. You can see right there, Jimmy Johnson's doing a good job. I mean, 28.8 is a good drive time down pit road. That's down to the pit stall and back to the line at the end. Just that 0.07 of a second right there.
Yeah, without going back and looking at everything going out of the pits, Jimmy could have got trapped behind someone that cost him a few spots there where he had to get out of the throttle a little bit. So we'd probably have to examine this a little closer and go back and look at that.
It's still going to be 0.1 of a second. That's going to make the difference.
Yeah, and he lost 4 spots regardless.
Show you again as the clocks tick away during this stop.
Yeah, you can see it's a very, very routine stop. Stop here, you can see the time on the right side. Drop it under, yes, a 6.2 right side, not bad at all. 3.9, not bad on the jack.
Now here's what they're talking about. You can see he's really spinning the tires. He can't get up, but you have to be careful and spin that. You're not exactly sure your tack at that point in time, so you don't want to accelerate too much and get caught speeding.
And with all that, he starts way back in 7th.
Yeah.
And folks, remember that Superman wears Jimmy Johnson pajamas. That guy's been very good here the last 3 years, so not to worry for you 48 fans. Let's watch up front. Montoya and Truex. Truex, the 2-tire change. He's our leader.
I'll tell you, the car to watch on this restart's Denny Hamlin. He's been fast off of turn 2, the start of the race, and then this past restart. See what he can do. But I think that Truex taking that outside played right into Montoya's hand here.
Montoya slides up, a little bit of a wobble from the 1 car behind him. Side by side for 3rd, the 5 car trying to come, and Harvick right behind Martin.
We'll have to watch Martin Truex with that 2 tires here. I'm not a big fan, especially now that the sun's come out. This is a racetrack that you just don't have a lot of grip on.
31 cars on the lead lap, and now Jimmy Johnson makes it 3 wide. Oh, Jeff Gordon backing out. Exactly what you were talking about, DJ. You don't want to get caught between a car and up high in the wall.
Hamlin now working underneath this one-car Truex. So far, Truex is, the two tires seem to have a lot of grip at these first couple of laps.
They sure do.
Denny Hamlin, bottom of the track. Martin was in the middle, and now he will steer his Chevy down to the white line.
Now you can see Truex losing 2 spots through that corner, and now see it actually getting a little bit loose.
Jeff Gordon there is trying to move underneath Kevin Harvick, and now right along with Carl Edwards, who's also trying to take that spot away. That would be 8th position.
Now we've seen Carl making some ground at you know, coming forward. He's been using the top of the racetrack and the very, very bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, and he's usually really good here. They've struggled, so this is a sign that they may be onto something running up into the top 10.
You saw a moment ago, second week in a row, that 2-car. Kurt Busch has started at the back of the field and driven his way into the top 10. There's that 2-car now being shown in 10th position. Shannon.
This is a team that is very focused. Speaking to the Pat Tryson this morning, they have their eyes on the goal, and that's a championship. The car has been very good all day. Slight air pressure adjustments on pit road, just a little bit loose off for the 2-car.
And thank you, Shannon. He got passed a moment ago by Dale Earnhardt Jr., who had come all the way from 35th position, and now he tries to battle back under Jr. to get back in the top 10. While you watch this battle, we'll remind you that Ryan Newman, one of our chase contenders who brought that last caution flag out because of the tire, he did stay on the lead lap. Kevin Harvick sliding it back up in front of the 99. They've been going back and forth at it for 8th position. 90 laps, 250 are in the books here at Auto Club Speedway. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Juan Pablo Montoya has now led 52 laps here in the Pepsi 500 at California. Want a chance to win a VIP trip to Miami Homestead Speedway to meet Ryan Newman and Jeff Gordon? Well, go to ESPN.com, search keyword Transformers to enter now. Montoya, our leader, Jimmy Johnson, is now driven from 7th on the restart all the way up in the 2nd position, having gone by Mark Martin and Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, he might have had some traction problem getting out of the pits, but he's had none on the racetrack since they threw the green flag again.
Jimmy led 4 times for 18 laps earlier today. We've had 13 lead changes among 6 different drivers. We're not even to halfway yet. So it's Montoya, Johnson, Denny Hamlin, Mark Martin, and Jeff Gordon in the top 5. Kevin Harvick is 6th. Biffle, Kurt Busch, Earnhardt Jr., and now Carl Edwards being shown in 10th position. Let's go down to Vince.
Carl Edwards now down into the 10th spot. He had been up as high as 9th. As you mentioned, Doc, having a little bit better run. His position in the chase, his finishing positions in each race in the chase have improved each time, and they feel like they've got a really good car here today, but he just avoided disaster.
Hey, I look at my left side. I got into the 2 a little bit. Yeah, he got into you, but okay.
Now we'll take a look at the replay of that incident in which the 2 and the 99 got together. And when anytime you're getting together at these high speeds and you dodge a bullet if nothing dangerous happens or no damage to the race car. But the spotter and Carl both say no real effect to the race car after that contact. Jamie?
Behind him, Tony Stewart. He's been kind of working his way toward the front slowly but surely. Qualified 20th. This is only one of 3 racetracks Tony Stewart has never won at. Car is pretty good, just a little bit tight right now. Shannon?
Jeff Curtin started this race 18th. He's currently moved up to 12th. They did expect this team to be good here today. They took their Fontana setup from February, in which they finished 32nd, and they completely updated it. The team was great in practice. They were very optimistic coming in. Right now, they're just fighting some rear grip. Vince?
Martin Truex having a good run today. Had a good qualifying effort. Started 5th, and they've been good off the truck just about the entire weekend. Just tweaking a little bit here and there. He says right now it's a little too loose. He hasn't been able to run the top quite like he would like. So they made some adjustments on the track bar and the wedge to get him a little bit more comfortable on the top part of the track. Now the 07 of Casey Mears having one of his better runs of the season today as well. But he's fighting come in. Now, Casey Kane in the 9 car. Of course, he had that blown engine the first race of the chase, and that's put him in the hole from the get-go. But ever since, they've been running pretty well. They've had good race cars each stop, and they're confident that they've got another car that they can work with here today. He's in the top 15 in the early going. Jamie?
And Brian Vickers right now says the car is better than the last run. Now, they had a problem in the first practice this weekend with the fuel pressure, and they're a little concerned because they don't know what led to that. The car has been fine, and there's no signs of those issues. Remember, first race of the chase was the same issue. They ended up finishing 11th. Guys?
Thank you, Jamie. 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th on your screen. You see Vickers in the back of that group there trying to work on the 1 car of Martin Truex, who did take the 2 tires and is still hanging right there in the top 15.
It's not working that great, though. I mean, he started out there in the lead, and just since lap 83 or 4 when we had a restart, he's lost all those spots.
Yeah, I think you need 6 or 8 if you can get them on there instead of just 2. But just to have a slick racetrack, not a lot of banking, and now the sun is out heating everything up.
Juan Pablo Montoya, the last time we saw this car, the first time we saw this car at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where he dominated. He's our leader here in California.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC, brought to you by AT&T. Vote for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year award. From your AT&T phone, text the car number of the pit crew you think is the fastest and most valuable in today's race to 2258. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. Budweiser, reach for the perfect combination of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. And Chevy.
Now Sprint brings you an inside look at the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup on the Now Network. Current top 3 in points. Well, it's close. Mark Martin leading Jimmy Johnson by 3 points as they run, with Juan Pablo Montoya in 3rd, just another 16 points back. And the biggest mover in today's race, Dale Earnhardt Jr., currently running in 9th. And he started 26 positions farther back than that. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. From the pit studio, Alan Rusty and Brad Watchendale Jr. continue to chip his way towards the front.
I tell you what, Dale Jr. is looking fantastic today, guys. He's picked up 26 positions on the racetrack. And you know, this team's took a lot of heat for not being able to close the deal. Blown motors, problems out there in the racetrack. But Dale looks really good today. Looks like he's got his head together, driving a smart race. And Brad, I think he can keep it going on, Alan.
So closing the deal is what they need to do today. Meantime, at the head of the pack, Juan Pablo Montoya, Brad, it's just been impressive.
Well, I tell you, this is similar to Indy. You know, he just flat dominated that race that day, and it looks like he's well on his way, already leading 64 laps this race, to being the dominant race car. Can he keep it together? Can he get that elusive win on an oval that he needs to march towards that championship? We'll watch it unfold.
Dave Burns is monitoring the radio transmissions in the Montoya pit. David?
Yep, and one thing he said was that that wedge was not a good change. The car is a lot harder to control, and we have the evidence from our tape room. Go ahead and roll that. We'll show you Juan Pablo into turn 3, 10 laps after the restart. Here he goes, and now I want you to listen to his reaction on the radio. Yeah, so I have 2 questions. Do you doubt his ability? Answer no. And how do you spell that?
Yeah, just
having a good time, but they need a better change next time for Juan Pablo.
You know, Montoya's having a good time with this whole thing. The pressure of running for this championship isn't affecting him because he says he's got nothing to lose.
We're probably the team with the least pressure on. I think people don't really expect us to do too much. I think, you know what I mean? And I think that it really can play into our hands. But at the same time, I think we just keep building better cars. You know, we keep finding things to make the cars faster, and as long as we keep doing that, we're gonna keep raising our game, and it's gonna get to a point that the car to beat is gonna be us.
Oh, it's an interesting thing to me because the driver always talks about the team making the cars better, but there's no question Montoya's getting better as a stock car driver.
Yeah, I'm going back to my 3-year thing again. I tell you guys, 3 years all the time he's been in this sport now. He does have a great grip of what it's taken to get these cars around the racetrack, the changes, how to compete with his competitors. He's looking really, really good right now, and he's looking good again today. This has been 4 or 5 consistent weeks. This guy's been laying the numbers numbers on the board every single week.
Yeah, he really has. And speaking of starting to put some numbers up, Dale Earnhardt Jr. here as he makes a move up on the racetrack, sliding to 8th position, backing up a good run that he had last week at Kansas before they had that lug nut issue and then eventually a drivetrain issue. He has got some good mojo going for that 88 team. But yes, Montoya is a special talent, and like you say, Rusty, that 3-year deal that you've got, he's starting to rise to the top.
Brad, the guys upstairs are noticing that the 88 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is moving his lines around, and he's actually picked up about 0.4 of a second on the racetrack. And you know, this guy is really good at doing that. You see him a lot of the times up against a wall, a lot of the times on the bottom of the track like he is now. In fact, he's even on the apron. You can tell he's searching all around trying to find the best grip for that 88 car.
Update on Dale Jr. from Jamie.
Well, he had his work cut out for him, Alan. In qualifying, he hit one of the seams on the racetrack, got really loose, and ended up qualifying 37. The car has been great. They said they thought they were top 3 in speed. Right now, he's just tight through the center, and he's saying, let's go back on those last changes, which was air pressure. Try something different. Bob?
Jamie, June 15th, 2008. That's 50 races ago, the last time Dale Earnhardt Jr. went to victory lane, and that has stuck in his craw. And this team, they've been thinking about trying to get back there, having such a good car. Last week, as you heard Brad and Rusty and Alan talking about, 41 laps he led a week ago, only to have the engine come apart. And now, DJ, they're really moving around here, this car on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's down on the apron in turns 3 and 4, and he's right against the wall in turns 1 and 2 as we see a battle for the lead now. But Junior picked up quite a bit of time. Tony Stewart was trying to pass him for position, and he's pulled away from him by about 3 seconds. Jimmy Johnson is now running down Montoya for the lead.
Yeah, Juan Pablo said he wasn't feeling any pressure, but he is right now because that 48 car is about 0.4 of a second quicker per lap than the 42.
Well, we heard he wasn't exactly satisfied with the changes that they made, so he'll just, let Jimmy probably go here before long, and then they can make those changes back to what he really feels like where the car is best.
Prior to the day coming into this race, Juan Pablo Montoya had led only 1 lap at this racetrack in 5 previous starts, that coming back in February. He has now led 5 times for 70 laps. Left side of your screen, battle for 3rd position. Jeff Gordon now trying to move in on the 11, who was our pole sitter today, Denny Hamlin.
Jimmy Johnson now, he's run Montoya down pretty quickly by running quite a bit faster lap times, but now that he's caught Montoya, it's not that easy to pass him.
Well, 42's in his lane. That's where he was running, exactly where Montoya. He was running him down in the same groove, and he doesn't want to take a chance on the outside. I think he'll be able to go by on the inside. He's just taking his time and making sure that he doesn't make a mistake in making this pass.
Jimmy trying to make
He got
this.
a pretty good run there.
Jimmy trying to make this pass because, Andy, they just a handful of laps or so away from their next stop.
Expect to see the leaders on pit road clean laps 120 and 125. See, we're at lap 113 right now. Montoya hanging in there on the top side. Okay, let's see who leads this lap.
Montoya will get him back before they get to the line.
That's one more lap in Montoya's column.
So right now these guys are 2nd and 3rd in the point standings, very close together in terms of the points. And remember, leading the most laps at a NASCAR Sprint Cup race pays an extra 5 points.
And that'd be a 10-point swing if Montoya can take those 5 points away from Jimmy and he gets them. That's a 10-point swing on Jimmy.
See that right now, Ryan Newman would lose 2 positions. Casey Kane would jump another spot. The race we're in right now. So Jimmy Johnson retakes the lead. We have had now 13 lead changes among 6 different drivers. Debris on the racetrack here at Auto Club Speedway. Caution for the 3rd time today. Lap 117. They were about 5 or 6 laps away from their scheduled pit stop, and now they'll be able to make it here under the caution. Juan Pablo Montoya in 2nd spot behind Jimmy Johnson. His car going away a little bit. Johnson's car getting better and better. Denny Hamlin was 3rd. Jeff Gordon 4th, and Mark Martin. Those are the top 5. Kevin Harvick, the first non-chaser there, in 6th position.
And Scott Speed will be the driver to get the free pass here. He was the first car a lap down, so that'll put us back to 31 cars on the lead lap.
It's going to be an opportunity for Jimmy Johnson's team now to see if they can rectify some of the spots they've lost early in the race. See if they can hold this lead on pit road.
Pit road speed is 55 miles an hour. They're going to come down and head to you, Jamie Little.
Jeff Gordon still complaining of the same thing. Tight all the way around on throttle and loose off. He wants 4 tires. They're making an air pressure adjustment for the 24. Working on the right side. Fill it up with Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Leader Jimmy Johnson is in bottom of your screen, while Pablo Montoya second place coming in the middle. Montoya's car is loose. They will go back on that wedge adjustment air pressure. As for Jimmy Johnson, he's going to get a wedge adjustment as well. Loose to start, snug at the end of the run. Main thing here, of course, keep their eye on their timing and getting everything right on the 48. Left sides are finishing up. It looks like a clean stop and a normal exit. Vince?
There you see the FedEx car of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin says the car still needs to be better as they go back on the throttle, as Hamlin's going to beat him out onto the track from the pit lane. Still working on that Hamlin car. They say he still needs to be better on throttle and turn just a little bit better in the center. They're getting there.
Vince, here's our Pepsi refresh race off of pit road, and Denny Hamlin gets it done. The Pepsi car in second spot. Gain a couple positions. Jeff Gordon, you see Biffle up 5 positions.
5 spots. That's a good job on pit road getting 4 tires.
And the 17 car too fast on exit. The February winner here, Matt Kenseth, will have to come back down pit road. Under caution for the 3rd time today. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Still under caution at Auto Club Speedway. Just some outstanding work done on pit road a moment ago.
Yeah, let's give these boys down on pit road their due. Denny Hamlin's crew, 12.8 was the fastest on pit road that time. You see Greg Biffle's crew just a 1/10 of a second off of that. They gained 5 spots coming off pit road. And let's see, compare this to Jimmy Johnson's pit stop, and he's lost quite a few spots on pit road today with really fairly solid pit work, but it's just so close. 13.9. He loses a second to Biffle. Loses most of that on the right side. You can see even though he was under 7 seconds, Biffle's crew under 6 seconds on the right. And that 3.1 on the left. Biffle's crew really getting it done down there.
Now Jimmy Johnson and Greg Biffle will start side by side on row 2 here in the restart. Aerial coverage provided by our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Beautiful fall afternoon here in Southern California. Temperatures in the upper 60s now. The sun has poked through and some of the overcast has burned away. NASCAR had moved this race later in the year and earlier in the day to have better weather conditions and better racing, and they have hit a home run in both situations. Good crowd on hand, as we have had 16 lead changes, 7 different leaders, and we are 5 laps away from halfway home here in race number 4 of the chase.
See Montoya lined up 3rd row inside. He lost 3 spots that last time on pit road.
Hamlin trying to pull out in front of Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon has not led a lap thus far today, and in fact has not led a single lap in the chase thus far this year.
Trying to change that right now. See Greg Biffle way on the high side.
I still don't understand why so many guys have chosen that outside lane on these restarts. The inside lane looks to be the preferred line every time we see it.
They just listen to us.
They won't.
We've got it figured out up here.
Jeff Gordon hoping he's got it figured out on the bottom of the racetrack to hold on to lead a lap. He did not lead last time by, and now Denny Hamlin will come back by on the outside, and Gordon is yet to lead today. Officially.
Yeah, he did lead half of that lap, but it just didn't count.
Jimmy Johnson on the outside.
Yeah, Gordon's not going to give up on his quest to get a lap led here.
How about Mark Martin and Montoya side by side for 4th spot?
Yeah, as we watch all of these guys, notice how many of these guys up front here. We have 7 of our top 8 are all in the chase, and I think it just shows that this chase does work. It's putting the best drivers and teams as they battle to get themselves in position to win the championship, and then they continue to run well when we get in these 10 races. Saw it last week at Kansas, 10 of the top 11, and right now Earnhardt Jr. is the only one in that top 8 that's not a part of the chases. He's in the 7th spot.
Good battle here. 3 chasers. Biffle in the middle. Mark Martin downstairs. And now Martin's teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. will go down and try to follow him through.
Here comes the 48. He's gone on the outside of Jeff Gordon to take that 2nd spot away. He's got his sights set on that number 11, a Denny Hamlin.
Lee Montoya right side of your screen working the middle groove. Let's update him. Dave.
Yeah, lost a couple of spots on that round of pit stop stock, and here's why. When Chris McMullen, the rear tire changer, was taking the left side rear tire off, he knocked his air gun, which was sitting on the ground, ready for him to replace the lug nuts on the new tire. He knocked it away from himself, so he had a little bit of a split-second extra time that he had to reach for it, and as crew coach Chip Good told me, when everybody else has a perfect stop, then you lose spots. There goes Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson going by the 11 car to retake the lead. Johnson now has led 5 times today for a total of 22 laps.
Yeah, he's just been solid. He's been able to come through traffic. He's probably been the car that we've seen being able to pass more than anybody else out here. But he's got teammates with him. Jeff Gordon sitting there in the 3rd spot. Mark Martin right there in 4th.
Wow, look at this mess back here. The 44 almost got turned sideways a moment ago. There's Menard behind him. David Strimley in the 12 car. Kenseth, the 17 car that won here in February, had the speeding penalty exiting pit road a moment ago. He's back there in this mess. I'll show you what happened a moment ago to the 44 car.
He slides right up in front of Paul Menard. Well, stack up there.
Yeah, see, Kenseth got into Menard and got him into A.J. Allmendinger.
17 car Kenseth trying to make his way through the field. And the 44 car having better and better runs coming off that top 10 just a couple of weeks ago at Dover. Vince.
Well, it's amazing that they've been able to run as well as they have today because they've had radio problems from the very beginning. Throughout the first stint and a half, they couldn't hear the driver, A.J. Allmendinger, at all. He was able to hear the crew, but they couldn't hear him. They've got a little bit better communication now, but it's still not perfect on the 44 of Allmendinger's. You see the action up front.
Thank you, Vince. Montoya and Martin running for position, and side by side behind him here is Biffle and the 88 car of Earnhardt, as Biffle will go by Earnhardt and take the 6th spot away.
Yeah, it looks like they keep making this 88 car better and better with each run. Dale Jr.'s trying to take over that 6th spot from Biffle now. That'll put all the Hendrick cars in the top 6. Very impressive day for them, but really great job by Dale Jr. as he's marched his way from that 37th starting spot all the way up to 6th here now.
Good day for Hendrick Motorsports overall. We've said this week after week, but Jimmy Johnson, Gordon, Martin, and Earnhardt Jr., all 4 cars in the top 6. That's what I call teamwork.
You see this 42 car now starting to come in. Made a pass now. He's in 4th spot. Looking at Jeff Gordon for that 3rd spot.
Just so impressive what this 42 team has done. They got into the chase. No one expected they would be there, and they were the surprise entry, I guess. One of the rookies in the chase, and now they have become a factor, moving up now solidly 3rd in the points and trying to go to victory lane here.
When I get on the gas. I mean, it just snaps when I get on the gas. Up the gas is not bad.
They're going to have to make some adjustments. I mean, the track has changed a lot since the start of the race.
Yeah, you can see he's really changed his line too, even though he's trying to make a pass to the inside now, but he's not running quite as high on the racetrack. He tries to go around Jeff Gordon here and take that 3rd spot away. But you just have to adjust so much with the changing conditions. But one spot that he seems to be really good, you see him enter turn 1 here, but he's been really fast off of turn 2, and that was a spot Rusty Wallace talked about. You get your car good there, you can pretty much assure that you're going to have a solid day.
Great battle here side by side, Jeff Gordon and Montoya. That's for 3rd position. Yeah, Rusty was talking about when Roger Penske built this racetrack, he elevated the backstretch some 25 feet so it would be better for the fans to view it from the front straightaway. Have better sight lines, and that made the transition very difficult for some of the drivers coming off of turn 2. Up front, it is Jimmy Johnson, the native Californian. He's been here all week raising money for his foundation, and now he is leading the way here at lap 130.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen. For a chance to meet Ryan Newman and Jeff Gordon in Miami, visit ESPN.com, search keyword Transformers. Aflac. Go to aflacracing.com to learn more about the Aflac Cancer Center and how you can help. And Toyota, moving forward.
Well, this week on ESPN's Monday Night Football, Mark Sanchez and the Jets head to Miami, where they'll face Ronnie Brown and the Dolphins. Jets-Dolphins on ESPN's Monday Night Football, 8:30 Eastern Time. Mike Tirico and the gang will be there. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 o'clock Eastern. Got a good one going here in Southern California. Auto Club Speedway stop number 4 in the chase, and the reigning and 3-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson as our leader. Denny Hamlin, who was the pole sitter today, running in second spot. Juan Pablo Montoya, Jeff Gordon, and Mark Martin, who was the points leader coming into the day, is now back in second in the points. Martin being shown in 5th position. The 2-car of Kurt Busch had come from the back of the field, now all the way up into 6th spot, but there's a lot of issues and concerns they have with this car. Shannon.
Yeah, it's been an eventful day for Kurt Busch. He had a run-in with the 99, scraped the wall early on. Right now, it's a guessing game. They're trying to figure out what they need to do to this 2-car as the temperature of the track and the air continues to change. This is what Kurt had to say.
I don't know what to change. I'm scared to make it worse. We're not doing bad in this center. A little loose off. Want to try like maybe a half a pound out of the right rear with like a quarter turn in the right rear or something? Dude, I'm afraid. I'm honestly afraid.
So the car has been loose, and what did they decide to do? It was a slight air pressure adjustment in 4 tires. But you guys, Dale, you probably know what it's like to be a little bit afraid to make some changes on the car in the middle of a race.
Well, yeah, you always want to try to make your car better, but sometimes you're just not sure that it's going to be better, so you're a little afraid to get a little too far on that edge. If you're on that edge of being a little too loose and you try to make that change, then it sends you over the edge and you lose a lot of spots. And this is the one concern that Kurt has had with this race team, is that he feels like that they could do a better job throughout the races of making adjustments. And so I think he's just a little bit timid, a little bit shy, as you said, a little bit afraid to make anything like that now, because the car isn't bad. It's not a winning car right now, but he knows that if they can continue this, then they can still find themselves in the chase, and they'll go on to next week.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting up on the bottom of the racetrack, or down on the bottom of the racetrack. Pretty unusual, I guess, to see him. He's normally up there as you almost right against the wall.
Yeah, we've been seeing him do that in 1 and 2. He likes to run the high side. See right here, it's running extremely high in this side of the racetrack, and then he goes down to 3 and 4 and puts it right on the apron. Yeah, this really worked well for him. He's just going where the grip is.
Yeah, it worked well for him in the last run. His car came on about 15 laps into that run. Jamie?
What do you guys call that? Hunting? He's hunting right now because he didn't make it all the way up there in practice. So Lance McGrew said, if the car is good, expect him to hunt up high. He loves it up there. And you guys, we talked about those adjustments Junior wanted to go back on. Last pit stop, they did go back, and they made an air pressure and a wedge adjustment, and the car's getting slowly but surely better.
I have to agree. I think this 88 car is definitely going in the right direction all day with the adjustments.
Second place, the 42 car of Montoya, now getting racier and going back, trying to go by the 11 car.
Man, he's wheeling that car now. You can see those elbows flying inside there.
Anytime you can see those hands moving, you know that he's got his hands full. But you can see that car's hung out a little bit here still. Montoya's not afraid to drive it, though, Dave.
Nope, and his team very impressed with his ability to search the line. Just like Jamie was just talking about, Juan Pablo Montoya has looked for a better line. His spotter, Tab Boyd, said, heck yeah, when he found it. He pulled away from the 24 and now passing the 11.
Dave, Denny Hamlin didn't want to give that up very easily, though. Hamlin hung right in there, and now Montoya has gone all the way down across the bottom of the racetrack and taken the second spot away and pulled him by now 4 car lengths.
Okay, now he's got some work to do. He's 5.8 seconds behind Jimmy Johnson. Let's see if he can make some of that up.
As of right now, Montoya has led the most laps today. He has led 5 times for 72 laps, and he would like to be able to hang on and get those bonus points. But this guy right here, Jimmy Johnson, says, I want those extra 5 points. Can he catch him? We'll find out when we come back. Carl Edwards, Greg Biffle, and Matt Kenseth are driving Fords, and you could be too. Go to I'mDrivingOne.com to hear what the stars of Ford Racing have to say and register to win your own 2010 Ford Taurus. Glad to have you with us here. 143 laps in the Pepsi 500 at California. It is stop number 4 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. David Reagan in the UPS car back in 17th position, carrying one of our onboard cameras. David trying to get another good top 10 finish here. Likes this racetrack.
Yeah, and really one of the better days, even though 17th is not what they were looking for, but it is one of the better days that this race team has had.
His teammate, the 99 car of Carl Edwards, still searching for that elusive first victory here in 2009, being shown in the 8th position. Vince.
Well, they thought maybe they'd have a chance to get that victory here this weekend, Doc. They won here back in February of 2008, but they just haven't had the car to do it so far. Edwards is running 9th. He's got 6 chasers ahead of him, and he says the car is just dramatically loose off the corner, and he asked his crew chief, Bob Osborne, can we take a big swing at it when we come for our next stop? I've got to be better. They got a lot of work to do.
Wow. See, yeah, he needs to be better. You don't want to work the steering wheel like that, man, every single lap. You know, I understand trying to turn it back, but you can see he's really fighting the car in the center of the corner all the way to the exit.
Carl needs to start moving up a little bit in the point standings here. He finished 2nd in the standings a year ago to 69 points back of the champion, Jimmy Johnson.
Man, this has been a dogfight right here with the 88 and the 2.
Back and forth, these two guys here for 6th position. Let's show you the points we were talking about. When the day began, Mark Martin had an 18-point advantage over Jimmy Johnson and a 51-point advantage over Montoya. Let's show you right now across the top of your screen there. Right now, Jimmy Johnson, the points leader, by 12 points over Martin. You see Montoya there, 43 back in 3rd position.
It'll make it tough for these other guys to gain any points whenever the 48, the 42, and the 5 all run the top 5 every week.
Thought Jimmy Johnson was good the last couple of years, winning a championship, averaging a 5th or 5.7 average finish, and this year that could be even better than that.
Certainly the way this thing has started out, there's 3 cars that have really shown that they're going to want to be the best.
Jimmy Johnson and Juan Montoya ran the exact times last lap by.
Dave?
DJ, the first 2 cars have one thing in common for sure this weekend. It's that they brought their Indianapolis race cars. And if we remember, Jimmy Johnson dominated the day and won that day. Actually, Juan Pablo Montoya, you could argue, dominated the day and then gave it away with a pit road penalty later on. He's moving forward in that 42 car right now, but both crew chiefs knew they wanted to save these race cars for this big, flat, wide racetrack early in the chase.
It's a very good point, Dave. In fact, Juan Pablo Montoya, as you said, led 116 laps that day, had that speeding penalty on pit road, but he had the best car that day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If you just joined our coverage, we'll mention that Kyle Busch, struggling with the flu all day, had strep throat earlier in the week, did a gallant job early on to gain 20 positions from the back of the field in the 18 car. He is now out of the car, and they have put David Gilliland in to substitute drive, and there's the progression for Gilliland as the driver.
Say he's done a good job just trying to get acclimated to the car, but it looked like he's still struggling with the handling a little bit. You see, as he came out of turn 4 there, he'd passed Sam Hornish, but had to get out of the throttle then.
Gilliland will drive a 4th Joe Gibbs Racing car 3 times later in the year. In fact, he'll be at Charlotte, Texas, and Homestead. That'll be the 0-2 car. Shannon?
Yeah, guys, they have been working on the handling of this 18 car. It was a little bit off for David Gilliland, tight in the center, so they have been working on it. Now, this is the first time that this team is working with David Gilliland. He has tested for Joe Gibbs Racing, but never worked with him in race conditions. And just an FYI, he will be in a 4th Gibbs car starting next week in Charlotte, and he will be in that 4th car for several races this season.
Thank you, Shannon. Again, and in defense of David Gilliland, he had not sat in this car. It had been set up for Kyle Busch. He just has to climb in it and drive it. So obviously a totally different setup maybe than what Kyle normally would want to run. Back up front, 150 laps in of 250. They're working lap 151. It is Jimmy Johnson who dominated this race last year and the year before in the fall, winning back-to-back. And Jimmy Johnson has been so good here in Southern California. We told you he grew up about a half an hour away and spent all week here raising money for a foundation that helps the area, San Diego area charities. Back into this message and a word from our ABC stations. Plenty of motorsports action yet to come your way, as well as updates. NHRA, the Virginia Nationals, finals tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern time. We will wrap up the weekend's action with NASCAR now, 10 o'clock Eastern time, updating what happened yesterday in the Nationwide Series, closing up in the points there, as well as the Sprint Cup Series. And of course, next Friday night, NASCAR Nationwide Series action, live flag to flag, 7:30 Eastern time in Charlotte, North Carolina. And on Saturday night at 7 Eastern on ABC, the NASCAR Banking 500 only from Bank of America. And that is halfway home in the chase. It'll be stop number 5 in the chase for the Sprint Cup. These guys just back and forth between Kurt Busch and Dale Earnhardt Jr. for the 6th position.
These are two cars that are just about evenly matched. I mean, this has been a 10 or 12 lap battle going on here.
Yeah, at least that long.
Maybe longer.
They're running just totally different lines, especially down in 3 and 4 now. Kurt Busch earlier was down on the apron, kind of like Junior's been doing. They both run a pretty high line, although I don't think the two will be quite as high as Junior will be right here. They're making it work.
Should be easing in, a handful of laps away from what would be their next scheduled pit stop. Let's show you what a pit stop will look like as the 98 car. Paul Menard just came in a moment ago. Here's Ryan McRae.
Now here's West Coast. You see he's a tire carrier for this 98 team. You see the teamwork involved here. I mean, it really is like a ballet. These tire changers, they really count on these tire carriers to place that tire in there very accurately. Does a good job.
Did you ever take ballet lessons to be able to do that?
Yeah, I never could get my shoes to fit right.
And those fresh tires on the 98 making a big difference here. And boy, fresh Goodyears are a driver's friend at this racetrack. Here comes the 20 car, yesterday's winner in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, Joey Logano. Shannon.
Doc, 2 words to describe that car: really loose. That's how it's been all race. They're going to put a rubber into the right rear and a rubber out of the left rear. Should take a little bit longer on this pit stop. 4 tires for the 20 team.
Watching the clock tick away, going to the left side. They want to get him out under 14 and a half. And a little bit, almost. 43 car, Reed Sorensen bringing his car down pit road, 55 miles an hour. Top of your screen, he slides it to a halt.
The right side going on here. Pretty well on schedule. A little bit close to the wall on the left, but the Jackman has enough room. And he's down in about 14 and a half.
Let's go down to the 18 pit. Shannon.
And David Gilliland still maintaining track position for that 18 car. They're going to go to work on it. This is the first time that they have worked with David Gilliland, so he's still trying to get a feel for that 18 car. 4 tires and fuel for David Gilliland. And Greg Biffle is also on pit road right now, guys. He's lost 8 positions since that last great pit stop when he came down earlier. So the guys are going to go to work again, try to get him some position. The car has gone to the tight side, so they're going to make a track bar adjustment and a wedge adjustment for Greg Biffle.
Jimmy Johnson coming down, Dave.
He gives up the lead, Doc, and the main thing that he was talking to with his crew chief Jack Danaus was he hurt the grip off just a little bit. That's only going to be an air pressure adjustment for Jimmy. No chassis adjustments on this race car. 4 fresh tires on it, and hopefully a smooth and efficient pit stop. Looks like it, and Jimmy gets off pit road right now.
Under 14.5 seconds. Good stop for the 48 bunch. Here is Carl Edwards coming in to get his scheduled stop. Vince?
The 99 of Carl Edwards. Remember, a few moments ago, we told you Carl wanted to take a big swing at it. Major air pressure adjustment all the way around. 4 tires and fuel. It's just too loose, and he's been fighting it all day long. Carl Edwards got to get better here in the second half of the race.
Juan Pablo Montoya on pit road right now. He said it's turning decent, but I just can't put the power down. That's a forward bite issue. So they'll make an air pressure adjustment for him, 4 tires. As for Mark Martin right now, Mark complaining that the car, he wants to turn better, but he can't stand it to be any looser. So they're going to make a right front air pressure adjustment only. Vince?
Crew Chief Mike Ford was afraid that Denny Hamlin was staying out too late. They were urging him, you got to come in now. He has had a car that's been fighting loose all day long. They're making an air pressure adjustment, try to make it better. Jamie?
And Jeff Gordon says it's actually turning pretty good now, so the car is getting better as it gets warmer. 4 tires for him, no chassis adjustments. Oh, and it goes in the back window. They are making a chassis adjustment. They go to the left side, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. makes his way down pit road in the 88. Car is getting better. He just told the team we are making progress. It's the first time today this car has felt as good as it currently does. Working on the left side, no chassis adjustments for Dale Earnhardt Jr. having a solid day, Shannon.
Another guy having a solid day is Kurt Busch. You heard him on the radio earlier wondering what they were going to do to the car. Right now is air pressure and 4 tires for this 2 car. He says it's loose, but it's fun.
What a stop. 13 seconds by the 2 guys.
Look at these 2 guys still racing off of pit road side by side.
Here comes the 14 car, Tony Stewart, who was our leader, last week's winner. He will come down for his scheduled stop. Jamie.
And Tony Stewart, you see him in the 14 there. 4 tires, they'll fill it up with Sunoco fuel. Don't see a wrench going up. There it is. They pull out the wrench. They're going to make a track bar adjustment. Get this car to turn a little bit better through the center. You see him working around the left side. Tony Stewart just doesn't have this car as good as they thought it was capable of. You see him working there. They're a little slow. He's down, and he's away, guys.
Almost 16 seconds there for Tony Stewart, and now he's got to be careful not to speed coming off of pit road. Cycled through at pit stops. There is Jimmy Johnson, our leader, and you see Juan Pablo Montoya is there. That's the differential. Montoya said he just couldn't get enough power, wanted adjustments on the car, so the car was turning well. We'll see if he's got enough power now to run down Jimmy Johnson. Lap 163 of 250 here at California. $83 laps to go here in the Pepsi 500 at California. Jimmy Johnson is our leader. Juan Pablo Montoya second. Jeff Gordon is third. Mark Martin fourth. And Denny Hamlin fifth. All 5 cars are chase contenders. There's the interval you saw from Jimmy Johnson back to Juan Pablo Montoya.
Okay, here's our top 5 pit stops from that round of pit stops. You'll see a new number on that board. Look down there. Jimmy Johnson makes the first 5 at 13.5 seconds. And Kurt Busch's team doing a great job. Still up on top at 12.8. Having a good day down there.
Now, we told you that Jimmy Johnson's guys have been struggling on pit road the first couple of stops, but this one they got it done, as we show you with the clocks running this latest pit stop for the 48 bunch.
Now, this is a real-time clock. You can see right here. It starts right when the car stops. Guys go to work on the right-hand side. Like I say, you're looking for something in that 6-second range on the right. There it is, 6 flat. Now the clock's running for the Jackman. He gets it up in 3.9. Now we're down at 3.6 on the left.
So we're awarding this 48 bunch our Gillette in the clutch moment. And to find out how your favorite athletes prepare for success, go to ESPN.com, search Locker Room Report. Might want to update, we showed you that when the 14 car, Tony Stewart, who did stay out to lead a lap, came down pit road. His pit stop was almost 16 seconds, and he was trying to hustle off and got caught speeding in 3 different segments on pit road: 60.208, 60.204, and 60.737 miles per hour.
Well, he only had to serve 1 penalty though, but it was a stiff one. He had to make a pass through under green, and that really cost him some time.
Yeah, it's got him a lap down, back in the 29th spot now. So those 5 points that he tried to pick up by staying out there, he gave up a lot more than that by speeding.
See, the points are tight at top.
Tony Stewart then will drop back 3 positions right now as the race were to end right now. He's in 7th spot.
Well, Tony Stewart's glad it's not going to end right now. He's got some time to try to make this up.
We might also mention for you Jeff Gordon fans, we did mention Jeff had not led a lap in the chase this year. Well, he just led a lap a moment ago. He stayed out when others came in the pit, and so he is officially getting the 5 bonus points for leading a lap. 18 car was substitute driver David Gill, and in for the ill Kyle Busch, being passed by our leader Jimmy Johnson. So the 18 car will now go 1 lap down and being shown in 24th position. More on the 48 car. Dave.
Okay, I got a little quiz for you, Doc, and the guys sitting next to you there. What's the one adjustment made to the 48 car today that they had nothing to do with?
I give up, Dave.
Oh, come on, Andy. The sun, the sun. They started in definite clouds and overcast conditions here, and the sun came out as we see Dale Earnhardt Jr. fighting with Kurt Busch for that spot again. Chad Knaus told me that I like it hotter here at this racetrack because when you've got cooler temperatures, everybody runs the same line. There's lots of grip, but it tends to be only one line. I like it when it changes to sunny, and he believed that it would. He looked at the weather forecast, and he knew that that would help his race car.
Well, you're right, Dave. Ever since the sun's come out, he's really been better. I mean, a lot better. I hate it when you give me those quizzes, though.
Somebody that made some good adjustments on that last pit stop is Mark Martin's guys. I don't know what they did, or if it's just a set of tires, or if Mark's just now deciding, okay, it's time to go. But he's been the fastest car on the track for about the last 6 laps. He's still a good ways behind. He's 11 seconds behind Jimmy Johnson, but he's consistently running in the 41-second bracket. Dave, what'd they do?
Okay, here it is, guys. Mark told his crew chief, we started too good. He knows right now the car is perfect, but he's afraid it's going to tighten up or loosen up over this long run. It's just too good right now. That's why he's been passing race cars.
I didn't think it could be too good.
Yeah, but you know what he means.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
You don't want to start the run in the position you'd rather end it in.
Well, he's making hay right now.
And they were only on pit road for about 13.5 seconds here. Now Mark Martin being shown back in 3rd position, but moving in on Johnson and Montoya. 77 laps to go here in the Pepsi 500.
Two-thirds of the way through today's race in California. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. America has fallen in love with ABC's Modern Family, but there's one family member that no one expected to see. Shelley Long guest stars in an all-new Modern Family Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Laugh with all of America on ABC Comedy Wednesday. From the ESPN pit studio with Rusty Wallace and Brad Daugherty, watching Jimmy Johnson lead Juan Pablo Montoya by 7.4 seconds. And focusing for the moment on a theme we talked about on NASCAR Countdown, the pressure of the chase as close as this championship is, and mistakes, which leads us to Tony Stewart.
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing we talked about in the countdown show is do not make any mistakes. Well, the good thing for Tony Stewart is that he's the only car out there that could go as far in fuel. He went 45 laps in fuel. That was a good run for Stewart. But the problem was he sped on pit road. Now he really killed himself. He's 3 points or 3 positions back in the point standings now because of that mistake. And that's something you don't want to have happen.
Put himself in great position, like you say, with that long fuel run to take advantage after the guys came on pit road. That is a critical mistake for this race team, and he's put himself back. And I don't know, we'll look back, like I said earlier, at the end of the year, Tony Stewart's team could look back and look at this race as an opportunity lost in the chase for the Cup.
At the moment as they run, it cost Tony 54 points. points when he fell from 12th to where he's running now. 12th was where he was before the cycle of pit stops began. Meantime, Mark Martin starting to make a little bit of noise. You heard the boys in the booth talk about it just a second ago. Martin in third and running lap times that are pretty sporty.
Yeah, very, very impressed with Mark Martin right now. I mean, the track has been getting hotter and hotter out there. Mark's been doing a really good job keeping up with the racetrack. He's been working on his car. He's been running all over the track trying to find the right groove. Right now he's running third. He's second in the points, only 7 points behind this 48 car. Doing a great job.
Had his hands full there, didn't he?
Well, he's a good driver. He can hold on to it, guys.
Got his attention.
All right, let's talk about Jeff Gordon for just a second. He was another guy we focused on Countdown. Said this team's really got to get a win soon if they're going to have a shot at this championship. Right now, Gordon running in 4th spot. Let's hear what his team's thinking about their race so far. Jamie?
Well, their car has changed a lot. You guys were tight to begin with. Now you're really loose. How much is this sun affecting your guys?
Yeah, the DuPont Chevrolet, you know, it's been decent all day long. Started tight. It's definitely freeing up. I think the sun's affecting it a lot, but we're going to keep working on it. We really want to get this Pepsi car in victory lane for the Pepsi 500, make the sponsor proud.
We're seeing a lot of adjustments and then going back on those adjustments as they continue to change. And Alan, right now as it stands, Jeff Gordon is 4th in points.
By the way, just a note about working conditions for these crew chiefs and these crews. Letard's pit there off turn 4, the entrance of pit road. You hear the noise level there. Concentrate on your notes. Think through all the engineering you got to do under those conditions in the afternoon. So Jimmy Johnson out in front by 7 seconds over 2nd place. And right now he's just overtaken Montoya for the most laps led in this race. Remember, 5 extra bonus points to the driver that leads the most laps on a day. And Doc, DJ, and Andy, as close as this championship's been so far, it wouldn't surprise me if those bonus points play a big factor in the outcome of this thing come Homestead, Miami.
Alan, it very, very surely could. And the other thing we're talking about with Jimmy Johnson is the fact that they have not historically gotten really good fuel mileage. Remember, this track, California, is a sister track to Michigan, where Jimmy tried to roll the dice and ran out of gas in the final laps and tried to get the win. And Andy, if you calculate it right now, if we stay green, this could be very close.
Yeah, I know where you're going, Doc. They could make it on one more stop. Most of the cars can, but it's going to take pretty good fuel mileage. And I remember talking to Jimmy after the Michigan race. And he said, they said, man, we just do not do well when it comes down to that. So we'll see how it plays out. There may be another caution between now and the end, but if not, it's going to have to be stretching it a little bit for them to make it on one more stop.
Calculations that some of the guys may be as much as 1 lap shy. And how much can you afford to roll the dice when you got so many cars so close together in the chase with a championship hanging in the balance? Jimmy Johnson, our leader, less than 70 laps to go here in California. Caution being waved for the 4th time a day. Debris on the racetrack here, and the leaders have now slowed down with 65 laps to go, and they should be coming back on pit road. Jimmy Johnson will indeed make the left-hand turn and lead him down. Jamie.
And Jeff Gordon loose in, loose off. They're going back on the adjustments they made on the last pit stop. Track bar up just a bit with the wedge back in it. 4 tires for the 24, Dave.
2nd place, Montoya, middle of your screen. His car is too loose. They will make a track bar and air pressure adjustment. Jimmy Johnson will get an air pressure adjustment for the car that needs to roll the center better. As good as that leader has been, he does want one more adjustment. Vince?
Denny Hamlin coming in the 11 car. Hamlin has been fighting the loose race car all day long, but now he says it's really gotten tight in the center, so they're going to make air pressure adjustments on both right side tires and go down a quarter round on the left rear wedge. Hamlin thought he would have a car to compete for the win today, but it's got to get better as he goes for the race off pit road. Very close.
Well, what a race off, and Denny Hamlin will gain 4 positions. Montoya gets in front of Jimmy Johnson. Johnson back 2 spots. Gordon back a couple of positions.
Biffle's crew gaining 3 more. Man, it's a tight race off pit road. I mean, it was razor thin.
Hamlin, by virtue of being the pole sitter, had that first spin, was able just to slam the throttle and just get Montoya. Look how close that was.
You can see why a 1/10 of a second on a pit stop makes a difference.
So Jimmy Johnson will lose 2 positions on pit road. Montoya's guys getting it done, and he's able to come down and get in front of Jimmy Johnson. Cars had a couple of issues in the first 2 stops. Let's see what happened here on this one.
Yeah, just had some little gremlins on pit road today. No major disasters, but they've just lost spots. quite a few times.
One thing we're going to see here is he tries to exit pit road, really spinning the tires getting out of there. He just can't get that forward bite.
And guys, Chad Knaus talked to his crew chief about the car rolling forward just a little bit during that stop. There was an adjustment made there. I was away from my monitor when you guys were rolling that, but there was some adjustment made in which Chad said, good job for that catch. So there was something that maybe the car rolling forward, like Jimmy had taken his foot off the brake.
Yeah, it takes real teamwork, and if you let that car roll just a little bit, it can throw the timing off.
So Jimmy will line up third right now, and right in behind him is Mark Martin, our in-race reporter. Let's talk to Mark.
Hey, Mark, Dale Jarrett, you have a copy? Hey, Mark, Dale Jarrett, you have a copy? Hey, Mark, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN, you have a copy?
Hey, DJ. Yeah, I can barely hear you there. You're breaking up a little bit. Yeah, our Kellogg's Carquest Chevy's pretty strong. It seems to be a little hot and cold when we switch the tires. Sometimes it's really fast, and sometimes it's just about average. So we're going to keep wrestling these guys and see if we can go for the win here. You know, part of the time the car runs good enough, I think, to be a contender here. So we'll just keep battling and see what we can do here.
Has the track changed a lot, Mark, since the sun's really come out these probably last 100 laps?
All right, buddy. Yeah, I can't understand what you're saying there, DJ, but good race so far. I think it's going to get exciting here toward the end. One to go here at the line. One to go at the line.
Mark Martin will line up back in fourth position. Denny Hamlin, by virtue of winning that race off pit road, will be our leader. He was the pole sitter today and had led 19 laps thus far this afternoon. Montoya second, Jimmy Johnson third, and Mark Martin fourth, with Kevin Harvick having a very good run. That 29 car, brand new car out of the Richard Childress stable, having a good effort here for Kevin Harvick today.
Yeah, they made a really good pit stop that last green flag stop and got Kevin a couple positions, and he was really strong on the racetrack. So let's see what he can do now that he has the leaders in sight.
And his teammate Casey Mears, by the way, DJ, having a good run. Mears had driven that 07 car all the way to the top 10, has just stayed there.
Been really solid all day long, and now he's another that has everybody in sight. Let's see once he restarts here if he can stay up.
There you go. Kurt Busch leads the group again off pit road, and Kevin Harvick makes the top 5 with 12.9. His crew doing a great job.
We'll point out the wave around cars have come. Tony Stewart has opted to stay out here after he was that lap down after getting caught speeding. He's now back on the lead lap. Of course, he has a lot older tires and less fuel than these other guys, but it could work to his advantage if he can get a caution.
Tony Stewart being shown back in 24th position, but as you said, now back on the lead lap. There are 26 cars on the lead lap. We're going to ride along with our leader and watch the telemetry on the Denny Hamlin's Toyota as we listen into our spotters and we go full throttle.
Last time, Bud, we had to pit on the exact lap we pitted to make it to the end. That's why we stayed out that one extra. But give those belts a tuck. Get out ready here.
Pace cars, man.
Start the race. Pace cars in. Let's be ready. All right, pace cars away. Coming on down. Ready. Be ready. Be ready. 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 Green. Green flag. Rolling. Everybody give me a little push. Get out of here. Green is still out.
Denny Hamlin spinning around, contact, chain reaction on the restart here. And Hamlin, who was the leader, Montoya behind him, Jimmy Johnson behind him, and there's damage now on his Toyota.
Yeah, he caught the end of that pit wall, and it's made some significant damage to the front end. Man, what a bad break for Hamlin.
Yeah,
It's going to be great. It's going to be a good break for Tony Stewart. Now he does get that lap back.
Yeah, Montoya got a good run, and he was being pushed by Jimmy Johnson, and it looked like as Hamlin tried to make a block on those guys that there was some contact.
Yeah, the 48 and 42 were in contact as they came across the start-finish line on the restart. Show you again what happened as Hamlin takes his car directly back to the garage area to get some repairs. Here they are coming down and coming across. Now watch the right side of your screen, the 42 and 48.
Montoya was there.
Yeah, and he was getting a good push from Jimmy. You see, that's where the damage comes from, the end of that pit wall. If he just could have slid just a little bit farther, he'd have been okay.
Mark Martin's vantage point looking down, and you see the contact there as Hamlin goes sliding.
I don't really understand it. If you're wanting to protect that inside, why don't you get down there and start there? He had his choice as to where to start, so I think that right there was just a mistake by Denny Hamlin.
Just a slight miscalculation.
Yeah.
There's the impact against the end of the pit wall. Pretty significant impact. Remember, even though the restart, they're still going well over 100 miles an hour.
Oh, man, if he could have just gone just another foot or two, he could have missed that and had no damage at all. Tough break for Hamlin.
He came in here 6th in the chase points and is headed back to the garage area to make as many repairs as they possibly can. He was the pole sitter today and had led 4 times for 21 laps. Not been a good weekend for Denny Hamlin. Yesterday in the Nationwide car, he had climbed in as a substitute driver for Kyle Busch driving the 18 car.
Racing hard. These guys trying to go for the win. Greg Biffle jumps up on the outside of Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin. Denny didn't see him.
And moments ago, as the race leader on the restart, there's contact in the 42 and the 11, and Hamlin goes sliding across the grass, and his unlucky day again, just catching the end of the pit wall. And they've taken that car back to the garage to hurriedly try to make some repairs. We'll see what Mike Ford and the guys can do with this 11 car.
Yeah, they're just going to try to minimize the damage. I mean, there's nothing to do but just try to get it back out there. I want to try to see this 42 car now. He had a pretty significant contact now with that right front corner. Just want to see if there's any damage to his car. Looks pretty clean from this shot. He hit that left rear pretty hard there of Hamlin's.
So caution now for the 5th time a day involving 3 of our chase and championship contenders. Denny Hamlin's car now in the garage area.
Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway. It's the 4th race in the chase, and it has taken a bad turn for Denny Hamlin as you see his FedEx crew working on his car after damage to the front end. And the double file restarts always dangerous. Denny, what happened from your perspective?
Just made a rookie mistake. I thought I was clear of the 42 and he was getting a run, and I think the 48 was pushing him and just came right across his nose. I thought I was clear and just misjudged it. But got to apologize to the team. They deserve better than that. They got me out front, and just bad mistake.
Disappointing for Denny Hamlin, his crew working feverishly to try to get this car back out there for as many points as possible here, but certainly not the way they wanted this day to go on.
Vance, thank you. Very honest answer by Denny Hamlin, apologizing to his team and admitting that it was, as you said, DJ, he just made a mistake.
Yeah, and you're going to do that sometimes. I mean, it's just going to happen. As long as you're going to drive race cars and put yourself up there in those type of positions, then things are going to happen. And sometimes you really have to know kind of who you're racing around.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I'm going to turn left in front of somebody, there's Juan Montoya would be the top of the list of people I wouldn't do it to, because he's not going to back off. I mean, he is going to stick it in there, and if he's got you by 1/4 of an inch, he's got you by 1/4 of an inch.
We do see him, Montoya here. He is the leader of the race, and he has chosen that inside line. So he's been paying attention to what you were saying earlier.
He has. He was paying attention to what just happened.
Jimmy Johnson will start beside him on the outside line, then Mark Martin and Kevin Harvick behind them. Denny Hamlin, by the way, had moved to within 74 points of the lead here in this championship chase. We talked about how close the points were coming in, and now sitting back in the garage area, he's going to lose at least 3 positions, if not more, before this day is done.
Yeah, and as Andy pointed out, too, a huge break for Tony Stewart. He took that chance on that waiver round. Now he's been able to get in and get tires and is back on the lead lap.
Stewart showing back in 22nd position. Down for the restart here. 57 laps to go. Inside lane, there's Martin, there's Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson trying to hang it up high. Montoya now has the advantage off of turn 1.
Now you can see the advantage for the inside lane is really good getting down to the corner. Seems like if you can run that outside good on the first lap, you can make up some ground coming off of 2. Man, look at Harvick. 3 wide.
All the way under the 24 car of Gordon for position. Gordon going down on the apron of the racetrack. Up front, Jimmy Johnson going to the high side and sails by Montoya. Great action all around the pack here. That's the top 2 right there. And then about 15 car lengths back to Martin. Kurt Busch in the 2 car now has gotten his car dialed in. And behind him is the 24 car.
I was watching Matt Kenseth there on the restart. You see, he got the lap, the lucky dog back on lap 184. Got himself back on the lead lap.
Man, he's running 11th right now.
Yeah, he just sailed around cars on the outside, up in 1 and 2. Picked up 8 spots since the restart.
Matt Kenseth won this race back in the spring from 24th. He's also won here at California from 25th and from 31st. No one's been able to do it from further in the pack than this guy. He has a way of somehow getting his car back to the front.
That's amazing. I mean, he was just nowhere about 20 laps ago. Here comes Gordon on the outside of Kurt Busch.
4th position for Gordon going by, taking it away. Nine car, Casey Kane, and now the 17 trying to make a move, and that's for 9th position.
Yeah, they just split Greg Biffle and sent him back. See Jeff Burton in this mix too. Good run for him today.
And look at Matt Kenseth go. That's just incredible.
Jeff Burton, you can see him giving a little push to Casey Kane. That sends him out in front through the center of the corner. See if Matt Kenseth can make that bottom work and make the pass. Now here comes Casey Kane back on the outside.
See a gaggle of cars coming off the corner right here. Oh, man, that's coming.
3 wide, Biffle in the middle of that bunch. Truex on the bottom.
Here look at Ambrose coming up on the outside, man. What a great run he's having today. God.
The prediction was that racing would be much, much better than we've seen at California Speedway because of the cooler conditions and the earlier start time later in the year, and it has certainly been that and more. Great racing. Marcus Ambrose now underneath the 31 car for position. That's for 11th spot. The 83 car, Brian Vickers, back in 30th position with more issues. Jamie.
Many issues. His car was bouncing around like crazy, and for good reason. This right rear shock is broken. The tower broke. It is out of his car. That means there is no right rear shock. In order to compensate, he came in 3 different times. They put 4 spring rubbers in there. Believe it or not, he says the car feels better right now. Andy, I know you guys laughed at me when I said he didn't have a shock.
Yeah, you said he was missing a right rear shock. I didn't know. He really is. I mean, you can see right there, she's holding the shock in the mount where you can see where it tore out of the frame. That's going to be, obviously you can't fix that without coming to the garage and welding a new mount on, so they're just going to make the best of it.
3 wide here, 33, couple of teammates, Boyer, Burton, and there goes Biffle, the 3 Bs, battling for position there, and that is 13th, 14th, and 15th.
It's just wild racing right now. You see, whoever can get that run and make it happen. Looks like they're 10 miles an hour faster all of a sudden.
8th and 9th, left side of your screen, Casey Kane and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Casey Kane's come to life here. His car hasn't been very good. We've watched him a lot of the day. His car just hasn't been all that good. Looks like they made some adjustments that are suiting him right now. There's Matt Kenseth still on the bottom, making his way forward. It's like Junior's struggling right now, trying to make that high line work.
We have had 23 lead changes among 9 different drivers. Jimmy Johnson has led 8 times for 87 laps. Folks, 50 laps to go here at California.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Pepsi. Every generation refreshes the world. Learn more at refresheverything.com/racing. Bank of America, the official bank of NASCAR. Goodyear, innovative technology to help you get there. And Nationwide Insurance. Nationwide is on your side.
Folks, we are setting up for what could be a wild finish here in the Pepsi 500 at California. Why? Because even though Jimmy Johnson is our leader, Andy Petrie, these guys have got to make one more pit stop with roughly 20 laps to go.
Yeah, around 20 to go. They got to make a pit stop, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategies they use if it goes green all the way. I saw Tony Stewart make a pit stop with about 48 laps to go. That's still a little bit too far to try to make it unless he could really throttle it back and try to stretch it. It'd be almost impossible to make that many, though.
The 2 car, we talked about how Kurt Busch and his team have kept battling. Last week they came from 39th to finish 11th. Today from outside the top 20 now to be shown in 5th position.
They've done it with good pit work. Every time we've put the top 5 pit crews, pit stops up on the screen, and he has been at the top.
And it looks like maybe they've been, kind of tiptoeing with their adjustments, but each one getting a little bit better, and his car seems to be the best right now that he's been throughout the race.
A couple of Roush Fenway drivers, and we talked about the chronology of the 17 car coming from a lap down, getting back on the lead lap, and now Matt Kenseth driving that car back toward the top 10. He was in 10th, now being shown in the 11th spot. Biffle back in 12th.
Marcus Ambrose has driven his car into the top 10. Having a great race so far.
See Kenseth really fighting his car right now. Looks like he's extremely loose. He was really fast when those tires were fresh. It seems to be going away from him a little bit, as is Greg Biffle a little bit. Oh, Sam Hornish a minute ago, I believe, coming off of turn 4. Watch him as he's racing with David Rudeman right here. Oh yeah.
Wow. God, look at the smoke coming off that right rear.
Man.
That's cool.
It wasn't over yet down in turn 2. He was all the way up across the racetrack.
That's not cool.
That smoke coming off the right rear reminded me of Dale Earnhardt. We used to have bi-sply tires. He'd just smoke the right rear, wouldn't he?
He could. And I remember Darlington, he could smoke that right rear all the way through the corner.
Sam Hornish, who finished 5th at Michigan, the sister track to this one, another 2-mile D-shaped oval, trying to hold on and get a good finish here today, being shown in 22nd position on the lead lap. Jimmy Johnson, our leader, 43 laps to go, trying to do it 2 years in a row here at the home racetrack. Dave?
Doc, you talked about that final pit stop. Communication between driver and pit crew crucial before they come in. And the 48 team had an open radio channel, like a microphone was opening and sticking here in the pits. It's made it difficult recently. And here was Chad's words to everybody in their pit box after it happened the last time.
This pit stop, everybody that is not a part of the team turns the radio off. Truck drivers, Malik, whoever, I want everybody that's got a 48 radio on to turn it off. And just take them back to the truck unless they're part of the pit crew. Everybody.
All right, so non-essential personnel turned off their radios. They believe they have it corrected. Why? Because it hasn't happened since. So that's good news for communication as we get down to the end of this race.
I can tell you that is one of the most aggravating things that you can deal with during the race if you have a radio. Though sometimes you can have up to 18, 20 radios on your channel, and if one of them hangs up, nobody can talk to each other, and it's very, very frustrating.
And as a driver, you're hearing something, you're not able to hear your spotter through those times. It's really distracting, and obviously you can't have the communication that you need, but it's totally distracting as a driver as you have that in your ear.
Talked about Tony Stewart and the efforts he had made, this team had made. They were back in 29th position, a lap down because of a speeding penalty exiting pit road. Got the wave around, got back on the lead lap, and has now driven this number 14 car back into top 20 at 18th position. There's Carl Edwards trying to take that 18th spot away.
That was all Carl earlier up in the top 10 running around the 8th spot, and looked like he was they had things kind of figured out, but he's certainly fallen back since then.
Well, this has been a team this year that's just been a little bit off, just a half a tooth off somewhere.
Yeah, they said that they wanted to make a big swing at things, and I think their swing might have been a strike, swing and a miss here, or because it really hasn't helped them at all.
Vince?
Well, and guys, and Andy, I know you could probably speak to this as a crew chief, but it's got to be frustrating when they know what their problem. They've been fighting loose all day long. Every single time Carl comes on the radio, it almost almost identical feedback, but they can't get the car to grip. That's been the issue. Loose, lack of overall grip. They've tweaked on it, and tweaked on it, and they just haven't been able to make any headway for him.
Yeah, Vince, you're just limited on what you can do during the race. I mean, you can't change springs, you can't change sway bars, you can't change shocks, the things that you would love to do. You can only turn the jack screws on the wedge and the track bar and change the air pressures, and sometimes the car will not respond to that.
Let's update Ryan Newman's day in the 39 car. There's a 39 right side of your screen. Ryan being shown back in the 16th position. He had an issue early on with the right front tire, brought out the caution flag.
Yeah, he went down early, but he's made a lot of headway back now on the lead lap in 16th spot. Still got some time to make up some more.
The top 5 cars right now are all chase contenders. Jimmy Johnson is our leader. 2.6 second margin between Johnson and Juan Pablo Montoya in second spot. Then Mark Martin is third. Jeff Gordon fourth. Kurt Busch is fifth. And the car that's running back in sixth position is a local boy from Bakersfield, California. And we keep talking about what a great job Casey Mears has done here in the last 5 or 6 races. Vince.
Well, and Casey Mears says the car's just a little bit too free from the center off, but it's not bad. And I'll tell you, when you up and down pit road, you hear some of the comments from some of these guys. So when you hear one actually say it's not bad, then that generally means it's pretty good. And as you said, Doc, he's had some good runs here, but they just really haven't had the results to show for it. They really believe that today they may finally get that good result that they've deserved for so many other times here. Well, wouldn't it be good to get it in front of the home fans here in Bakersfield?
Would it? I mean, right now he would equal his best finish of the year, which was a 6th at Michigan, a track very similar to this one. And here's the 11 car after a minus some of the front sheet metal of Denny Hamlin coming back on the racetrack. Hamlin being shown now in 36th position. Back up front, it is Jimmy Johnson trying to hold on for the final 36 laps here. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station. Laps clicking away here at the Pepsi 500 in California. Jimmy Johnson is our leader. Juan Pablo Montoya second. Gordon Martin and Kurt Busch at top 5. And folks, a week ago it was the final pit stop of the day at Kansas Speedway that determined who was going to win this race. Win that race, and of course the money stop coming up here just a few laps from now. What are they thinking about in the 48 pits? Dave.
Well, Doc, I was going to ask our expert crew chief what they might do, because remember what bit Chad Knaus last week, middle of the race. He gave his driver 4 tires, but cost him track position, and he apologized to him on the radio. End of the race, he took 2 and got beat by the guys that took on 4 tires. Andy, what do you do?
Well, I'm going to get 4, Dave. I'm going to stop a little bit early, get 4 tires. If it goes green, I'm not going to run my tank completely out of fuel. I'm going to try to stop just a little bit early and then get those 4 tires and try to force some other guys to get on pit road. That's what I'm doing if I'm Chad Knaus.
Remember, this 48 team, they've had some issues, not major issues, but some subtle issues with some of their pit stops today, which have cost them positions on the yellow flag pit stops.
But boy, they've had a car that can overcome all of that. I mean, they have lost quite a few spots on pit road. Jimmy just goes back out on the racetrack and just gets them all back.
Yeah, and I think the key thing you said there, Andy, was force the other guy's hands. Every time we've seen green flag pit stops, as soon as the leader starts coming in, everybody hits pit road because the new tires make so much of a difference for a number of laps, and you can't give up that time.
It's 30 laps to go right now, so you're looking at they can probably go another 10, maybe a few laps past that, but I would start thinking about coming down pit road in the next 2 or 3 laps.
There's Mark Martin coming by, so it's Johnson, Montoya, Gordon, Martin, and Kurt Busch. The top 5 are all chase contenders. Mears 6, Casey Kane up in the 7th.
Right now, I'm on the box. I'm thinking, okay, if I can't beat Jimmy any other way, I mean, you can see he's faster than everybody, but if I pit right now and come down pit road and get 4 tires, I'm going to go out there and make up a lot of time, and if it goes green, I might have a shot of beating him. Some of the guys in the top 5 here, top 6, that want to gamble, this is their opportunity right now.
Would it be Montoya? How about Jeff Gordon, a teammate? Could Martin do that? Right now, Jimmy Johnson has taken the points lead here. The 83 car, Brian Vickers, we told you that they had a shock issue, and they were certainly having some problems. They had to put rubbers in the right rear just to keep the car on the racetrack. Let's update exactly what happens. We'll go down to Tim Brewer in our Craftsman Tech garage.
Thanks, Jerry. This is the actual shock absorber that came off the car. But in this area right here, there's a couple of different ways that teams use for mounting the shock absorbers. This is mounted on a stud. But a lot of teams actually put a piece of tubing through this particular piece of tubing, insert the bolt over here in a hex formation to where you don't have to hold it on that side. You just simply put the shock absorber up there and bolt the thing up. But each team has different methods of affixing the shock absorbers to the race cars.
Thank you, Tim. And of course, if the mount breaks, and as DJ and Andy were talking about, the only option you got is to take it to the garage and weld it, but you don't have time to do that during the race.
Nope, and he's actually not running too bad. They've kind of patched it up a little bit and running pretty decent without that shock.
Remember, these guys were able to get in a chase by changing an axle on pit road at Atlanta. That quick thinking there, changing the axle without losing a lap, is what allowed them to get in the chase by just 9 points over Kyle Busch.
Yeah, but one thing they need to start focusing on is trying to eliminate the failures altogether, not how they react to them.
How soon will Jimmy Johnson come? They're all going to have to come, as you heard Andy Petrie say, probably in the next 7 to 9 laps. Will he come early? Will someone else come before he does?
Here comes Gordon. Racing Montoya now for second. This 24 has been the fastest car on the racetrack here the last 5 or 6 laps.
Jeff Gordon in the same car that finished second here back in February, side by side with Montoya. Every position, every point, very important here in what has been the closest chase in the 6-year history of the postseason for NASCAR. Montoya just drives it right back by him coming up off the corner.
Yeah, it's getting too close to the end of the race to give that spot away. You got to race them hard. I still think that Gordon's going to get by Montoya.
Yeah, this is where he's been better than Montoya. We've watched him gain that time. He's able to really get off this corner, but with Montoya there, he's not going to be able to use the whole racetrack. I thought he was going to use up a lot more. That was really close, but Montoya is really good on the top side down in 1 and 2.
We're losing too much time. This time, let's do it.
There it is. That's Jeff Gordon's crew chief saying, this time, let's do it. We're losing time. He's going to force some of these other leaders to get on pit road.
Yeah, he's going to force his teammate to get on pit road because he's not that far behind. I mean, they're 4 seconds back of Jimmy Johnson, but these tires can make a huge difference, so they're going to have to get here quickly after Jeff Gordon gets on pit road, too.
Jeff driving it in the corners, turn 3. He's down on the apron. We'll see just how far he can drive it around before he has to slow up to get on pit road.
Comes pretty good, yeah.
He does a good job right here.
Really good. He's that first pit as they come off.
And down to 55 miles an hour. Jamie.
This has to be the money stop for Jeff Gordon. Made the call right now to come in. 4 tires right now is the call. Fill it up with fuel. Car has been good. He hasn't said a word this stint, and that's the first time all day long. Yep, they're going around the left side. It's 4 tires indeed. In the 88, Dale Earnhardt Jr. decided he wants to come in. Surprisingly, he's been saying this car hasn't been great. You see him slide, lock him up, come into his pit box, take a windshield tear off there, working on the right side. His car has been pretty good. Soaking it up with fuel, going around. It'll be 4 tires for the 88, guys.
Carl Edwards almost missed pit road. He jammed the brakes on it and had a big plume of smoke behind his 99 car.
Yeah, now he's in the pits, and now Jimmy Johnson, our leader, is on pit road.
Vince.
The 99 of Carl Edwards had a bad entry into his pit box last time, cost him some positions. Much smoother this time, but they still are fighting a loose car. Air pressure adjustment all the way around, and chassis as well. Dave?
First, second, and third all on pit road. Jimmy Johnson taking just the air pressure adjustment. Mark Martin wants no adjustments to his race car. Juan Pablo Montoya needs a slight adjustment. His car is loose on the gas. They leave. Mark Martin leaves. Third, it stays. Jimmy Johnson, Juan Pablo Montoya, Mark Martin going off pit road.
3 very good pit stops by the first, second, and third place cars. Good effort by Jimmy Johnson's bunch when they had to get it done. Here is Greg Biffle in the pits.
16 car started loose. Now it's starting to tighten up. They're going to make a wedge adjustment and air pressure. This team has been so solid on pit road. Hopefully Greg Biffle can make up some time on the racetrack.
Money stop, final stop of the day. Here comes the 2 car of Kurt Busch. Let's go back to Shannon.
Kurt Busch still a little bit concerned about making too many adjustments this late in the game. They want to get it right for the short run, but they're not going to make any changes to this 2 car. Just 4 tires for Kurt Busch and a tear off. He says he's a little bit loose in and tight in the center. Vince.
The 9 car of Casey Kane, they just keep coming back. They won't go away. Give credit to driver who's been up on the wheel and the crew who continues to get it done. They're making a big air pressure adjustment here. 4 tires for Kane. Still doesn't have enough grip is his comment.
Cycling through, Tony Stewart will be shown as our leader. He has yet to make his final stop. There's the 14 car that has come from a lap down after a speeding penalty the last time he was on pit road to now be the leader here with just 20 laps to go next time by.
I don't know about this strategy of staying out here, Andy.
The only way that it would pay off is if he had any outside chance of making it all the way here, and I don't think he can. Here comes Paul Menard.
Have Ryan McRae there, the rear tire carrier, and we'll watch this pit stop from West Coast viewpoint.
Yeah, you can see right here, the teamwork involved. Coming around to the left side, got to grab that tire off the pit wall. Had just a little hiccup there with the tire changer. They're down and away.
He will leave pit road, and Tony Stewart staying on the racetrack now.
Yeah, he's about a second and a half off of Jimmy Johnson, who's running second.
With everybody else there, we're going to have to try to make it the shortest stop as we can.
Yeah, they're still talking about stopping.
Yeah, and they may opt for just 2 tires or something here, or just possibly fuel only. Something like that. Just be on pit road the shortest amount of time and see if they can make up a little bit that way.
Yeah, that may not be a good strategy here because he's going to lose a lot of time, and he's going to be basically in the way of the cars that are running on 4 tires.
I tell you, Stewart, it looks like he can stay out the lap 2:37, but Andy, I agree with you. Everything he's done with Tony Stewart right now doesn't look like it's going to work for him. If he does 2 tires, he'll pick up a little bit of ground out there, but still, the pace is going to be way off those guys with 4 tires. But it looks like me like Johnson and Gordon and Montoya and Martin did the right thing. They stopped about 3 laps short, like you guys were saying. It looks like that's probably going to win him the race.
What Jimmy Johnson and Rusty trying to dodge, he got right up behind the David Gilliland subbing for Kyle Busch, able to get by. Yeah, exactly right, Rusty. Last week it was a different story for Tony Stewart. The 2-tire call on the final pit stop with 29 laps so got him the victory at Kansas, but a 2-tire stop here, 2 tires no match for 4 here at California.
Yeah, but Jimmy's having a little trouble here. Plus, Jeff Gordon did a great job on and off pit road. When that whole sequence started, he was 4 seconds back. He's less than 2 seconds behind Jimmy Johnson right now.
See, now Carl Edwards passing Tony Stewart. Now, Tony Stewart does have a 12-second lead. It's going to cost him about 30 to 40 seconds of track time to make that pit stop, even if he just gets fuel.
83 Vickers in for his final stop.
Pressurize it.
Yeah, you can see right there, they got that fuel. They was putting it in there in the cal area. Must have been right there on the edge of running out.
Inside of 20 laps to go, Tony Stewart just trying to hang on there to his final stop, and as he said on the radio a minute ago to his crew chief Darian Grubb, make it as short as we possibly can.
Yeah, they're coming this time.
4 tires.
We'll see what they're going to do. Probably a 2-tire stop and a can of fuel. It's going to take about 1 full can to make it to the end.
Pitting up at the 4th turn end of pit road, he will come down and have to get down to 55 miles an hour and only have about 200 or 300 yards to go down to his final stop. Let's see what they do. Jamie.
It has been 41 laps since the 14 pitted. The audible was 4 tires and 1 can of fuel. You see him holding the tires on the right side there. It is going to be 4 tires. They must have been listening to you guys, Doc.
I think they thought they were losing just too much time on the racetrack to go with that strategy, so they decided to come in and get those 4 tires.
Well, they did lose too much time. I mean, stayed out there. They were losing a second a lap, and I think that that's going to cost them spots on the racetrack, as we have caution on the racetrack right now.
Debris on the back straightaway now with 15 laps to go, and caution being shown for the 6th time today.
Okay, this is going to be interesting right here. Now, Tony Stewart just made that pit stop. He obviously does not need to come in again.
As I look at the running order, I see John Andretti up in the 8th spot. He'd stayed out there. He's been battling back and forth on the racetrack all day, getting laps back, taking waiver rounds. But, you know, a nice job by he and his team. Well underfunded team, but making the right calls and having things kind of go their way.
There's Jimmy Johnson, and there was caution. There was debris on the back straightaway, so NASCAR observers saw that, put it out for the 6th time here. Final 15 laps.
That was the best case scenario for Tony Stewart, to make that stop and then the caution come out.
There's the 34 car that Dale Jarrett was just talking about, John Andretti. He has not come on pit road for his final stop. He last pitted on lap 191.
Well, they just made strategy work all day for them. Obviously hadn't had the fast car, but they've stayed around there and been able to stay on the lead lap and doing things well. And is anybody going to pit here?
Well, it's
up
good.
front.
I doubt it. I don't think you're going to see the leaders pit, but some of the cars that are a little bit back on the lead lap will come in.
We do have 25 cars on the lead lap. Elliott Sadler right now in 25th, the last car on the lead lap.
Right now, Tony Stewart's in 20th spot.
And 44 car down there looking, he's the first car a lap down, Allmendinger.
Yeah, you look at Gordon. Gordon wants to come down pit road.
Well, it's a tough spot when you're that leader once again. Trying to make that call if those guys hang you out there. But we really don't see that happening.
So John Andretti did come on pit road. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 9th place car in. Jamie.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. back again, trying to get more tires. They're getting a little bit fresh rubber. They had nothing to lose there. They've been top 10 all day, and they're going to make it 4 tires again this time, Shannon.
Car's just a little bit tight for Greg Biffle. They're saying they are only going to make a 2-tire change right now for this 16, and that's exactly what it was, guys. Vince?
Carl Edwards, he's been loose all day, but now he says it's too tight for the short run, so they're making a wedge adjustment and 4 tires. It's going to be his only chance if he's going to make any noise here at the finish. They've got to get it right on this stop.
So some of these guys at the tail end of the lead lap coming in for 4 fresh tires, and with the double foul restarts on a super speedway like this, these guys can dig these final laps and make up some ground.
See the hood up on this one car. I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah, Doc, you're exactly right about that. That allows these crew chiefs and drivers to take some calculated risk and gambles here because of that double foul restart. You're not nearly as far back, and it will allow you to possibly make something good happen.
And the further back in the lineup, the less you have to lose by making that pit stop. Now, if you're the leader, that's a big decision.
Yeah, it is. And, of course, Junior, he was up in the top 10 whenever he made that decision to come down and get tires here. But we've seen the new tires be extremely fast and make a real difference in speed.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was 9th when he came down pit road. We'll see if he, and remember he took 4 tires, and as you heard, Biffle only took 2. Jimmy Johnson will get the bonus points for leading the most laps today. And let's update what was going on with the 1 car. Vince.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. has had a pretty good run today, but says that the car was missing, so they weren't 100% sure whether it was electrical or a fuel pump issue, but they hope to have that taken care of. They were up under the hood. They'll give an update as Martin gets back up under power here and gets under the gas, but they weren't 100% sure what the issue was.
Well, Vince, I just heard that audio from that engine. It's not electrical. That's a bad sign right there. That's something internal. I'm not going to be able to fix that. It sounds real flat.
Our leader, Jimmy Johnson, then beside him is his teammate, Jeff Gordon. Let's listen to the 24 radio.
Man, you're better than him, buddy. You're better than him. You're catching him. You're leaving the 42. This is going to be a shootout. You're the best here, man. You know how to do it.
Well, this is one of those times that the crew chief's not just pumping his driver up. I mean, he wants to pump him up, but he's telling the truth. His car was faster. And I think that Jimmy Johnson may be playing into Jeff Gordon's hand right here, too. We see him choose that outside lane. Jeff Gordon's car's been really good on the bottom of the racetrack.
Right behind, I tell you what, this 07 car, you can't say enough about what Casey Mears has done, the entire RCR organization. Another California boy, 9 drivers here today that were born in the state of California. Casey Mears from Bakersfield, just doing a heck of a job.
Yeah, and right behind him lining up is going to be his teammate, Kevin Harvick. Another solid run for him. So things are looking up for RCR and his group.
And just a little bit behind these is Tony Stewart. That was a great break for him to have that caution come out right as he made that pit stop. Best case scenario for the 14 team.
All right, Jimmy Johnson, the leader. What about Jeff Gordon? Has he got something for his teammate Johnson? They think he does, and right behind him is Montoya.
He had some on that restart right there. That was a great job by Jeff Gordon.
That's about the best you can do right there and not beat the leader to the line.
Maybe 3 wide here in just a second. No, Gordon's able to take control of this right now.
Be 11 laps to go when they come by, and Jeff Gordon takes the lead. Montoya now battling for second spot.
I tell you, Jeff Gordon's going to be hard to beat. Look at this 3-4 wide battle.
And we might not have seen our last caution here, guys.
Look at Warrior and Burden downstairs, and Gordon all the way down on the middle of that white line.
That's where his car's been fast, and he's not going to change that. See Montoya slide right up in front of Mark
Bush is in the wall.
Oh, trouble.
Oh, there's Casey Kane across, and he takes Biffle with him. Sliding down across the grass here at over 170 miles an hour, and the caution waving again here at California.
Right will not roll. Now it's rolling.
As I say, business is picking up there as they get down to these final laps. Guys had on fresh tires. Some had fresh tires. Others had older tires on, trying to make that work.
And aside from these two, the guy that hates to see the caution flag most is Jeff Gordon, who got that great restart a moment ago against his teammate.
Man, he was on it. I mean, he didn't beat Jimmy Johnson back to the line. I mean, it was just less than a foot, but then he would accelerate. Oh, he did.
And now what's he going to do? Is he going to choose the inside on this restart? I have to think so. I don't understand why these guys keep picking the outside.
I'd be really disappointed if he doesn't, but, you know, these guys are the ones driving the cars. We only watch from above here.
Well, I'll show you these two chase cars involved in this one. Top of your screen.
Yeah, that was Kirk Busch getting into the wall. You see him get it extremely loose. Then he comes back and gets into Casey Kane, who Greg Biffle was just trying to miss all of that and got in the middle of it.
And Kirk Busch drives away. He didn't mean to do that, but he's the one that got loose and caused this. He's pedaling the car hard.
Kirk
Busch on here, bud. Outside, outside. Caution's out, outside.
All right, from Casey Kane's cameras, his viewpoint of the two in front of him.
You can see, he sees that happening. He just tries to get down. He thinks he's okay. As Kirk came off the wall, his car was still actually spinning the rear tires and drove him right down into Casey Kane.
Casey Kane was poised to have his 3rd consecutive top 10 finish in the chase after having that DNF at New Hampshire for the engine failure. Now from the Goodyear blimp high above, watch the action here at the bottom of your screen.
Man, it's got to be helpless feeling right there.
Finished watching this. As looking at the rundown here, Ryan Newman, who had trouble as he see this work going on in Greg Biffle's car, but he had that tire problem early in the race and was really battling his car. He's up in the 5th spot now.
And Tony Stewart is in the top 10. So the Stewart Haas car.
Check the hoses, nothing's going to get on the tire, right? Ain't got a fender brace broke off, sticking on a tire or anything. Get out.
It's a fire drill down there when you're trying to fix a wrecked car. I mean, you're just trying to do all you can do and try to stay on the lead lap. Just try to get it where it'll roll.
Greg Biffle coming off that 3rd place finish at Kansas. He had gained the spot in the points up to 8th position. And that's what's left of the grass on the front straightaway out of the front of the 16 car of Biffle. Damage on the 9 car. The Dodge of Casey Kane. Front end damage, right side damage.
I think you need to get that right front fender cleared. Still amazing to me how tough this new car is. I mean, it can really take a beating. See that water coming out of the overflow. They're trying to clean it. You see the grill brush they're using to try to get all that grass out of the grill. That's what's causing it to overheat right now. You can see it's just a fire drill.
Left rear tire. Just make sure that crush panel's not going to get on a tire. Push it forward, do whatever you got to do there.
That's Kenny Francis, the crew chief, directing all this from top of the pit box.
See right above him, see the 16 coming back in. There were repairs on Greg Biffle's car. So you got both the damaged cars on pit road.
Yeah, Biffle still has a lot of something rubbing there. You see a lot of smoke coming from his car just going down pit road at 55 miles an hour.
They're going to use all the time they can. The pace car is just now into turn 3, middle of 3 and 4, so they can still work for a little longer. The spotter's going to be the one
get ready here.
giving them all the information on where the pace car is. And now the crew chief can see the pace car.
Get the left rear on it. You got the left rear on it? All right, crank it back up. Crank it up.
They will get the one to go. The 20 car got the free pass, by the way, Joey Logano, so he's able to go around and get back on the lead lap. Be 27 cars on the lead lap here with less than 10 laps to go. Let's go down and talk to the leaders, crew chiefs, Dave.
And Doc, as he watches now to see where his teammate chooses, okay, that matters because Mark Martin was running 4th, and now Chad is talking to Jimmy right now. You'll have a teammate behind you, Chad, instead of an adversary. How important was that?
That's fine. As long as it's somebody that'll push like hell, that's all that matters. You know, I mean, we've had a great race car all day long. I just couldn't be happier for everybody over here. You know, Jimmy Johnson Foundation on the race car. They had a great event this weekend in San Diego. Raised a lot of money for a lot of needed people, so it's awesome. It's just it's great to be coming out here and leading laps and running up front. It's what it's all about. These guys have done a great job in the pits all day, and it's far from over.
That's right. Exciting things yet to happen, Jamie.
Well, Jeff Gordon proved he could get up front and run there for 2 laps. Do you guys have enough to do it for 8 laps on this final restart?
I hope so. You know, the DuPont Pepsi Chevrolet hasn't been as good as we needed all weekend long, but hopefully we've got it better here at the end. Picker's done a great job. Jeff's done a great job. We just a win here would be great. It'd be great for the team. It'd be great for me. I'd love it to be a good momentum builder.
I guess I was wishful thinking, Doc. I said last restart. Who knows? We could have a few like yesterday.
Well, we could. And guys, we might mention the 19 and 43, Sadler and Sorensen, 12th and 13th. So they really moved up in there. They are moved up in the standings. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr., who those 4 fresh tires, he'll now be able to restart up there in 11th position. And as I'm watching, the 24 car, guys, has chosen the outside line.
I don't get that. I really don't. I mean, he just beat Jimmy on the inside after Jimmy actually controls the start. He could control the start and start on the inside. To me, I just don't understand why he would choose the outside.
Yep. The more I watch, the less I know. Yep. Anyway, let's see what happens. Maybe it'll work for Jeff Gordon. He's a 4-time champion. He's got a great start.
He's got the start. He's got a teammate behind him, Mark Martin, and he will have it by a couple of car lengths. Look at Kurt Busch on the bottom of the racetrack. And
look at Montoya 3 wide.
Montoya trying to hold the bottom. Jimmy Johnson takes a position. Gordon's got him by 2 car lengths. They were 3 wide coming off of turn 2 a moment ago.
David Reagan made a great move on the outside in that UPS Ford. Best run he's had all year.
Carl Edwards down on the bottom of the racetrack. They're side by side for position. Montoya and Martin now for 3rd spot.
See one of the cars smoking in that group. Here comes Jimmy now. He's still working on it. They come to the inside of Jeff Gordon.
Kirk Busch smoking a lot. He's got damage from that last incident.
Jimmy Johnson goes by and takes a position, or does he, as Jeff Gordon can try to get back.
Trouble.
Sideways down across the racetrack.
I know Marcus Ambrose is involved in that.
Elliott Sadler, Reed Sorensen.
Allmendinger is there, the 31 of Jeff Burton, who was having such a good run. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Man, a lot of cars torn up here.
These guys were 4 wide just going across the start-finish line. You had to think something was going to happen.
Hang in there.
All these cars that were running 10th, 11th, 12th. There's the 9 car. Casey Kane again involved.
Now this one's going to be a lot harder to fix.
I was going to say he won't be involved anymore.
There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. had those fresh tires and was back in 11th position.
They're going to red flag this race and stop him in turn 4 because they've got just so much debris down there on the racetrack. See, Junior, he was driving the wrong way. See Allmendinger out of his car.
There's the 19 of Elliott Sadler, who had driven his way all the way up into 13th position. Let's show you 47, Marcus Ambrose. He was on the inside. He got it, got right side damage. He's trying.
Do not touch it. Do not touch the car. Just get in here and look through.
Yeah, that's Frankie Kerr. He's saying don't touch the car because you cannot work on the car during a red flag. That stops everything.
There's the 83 car, damage on the front of another chase contender. Let's show you what happened and how this all unfolded entering turn 1.
You can see there are at least 4 wide here, but it looks like
first contact looked to me like it was Elliott Sadler into the back of Junior.
Yes, I was going to say that's what triggered everything, but they were only asking for trouble at 4 wide. We've talked about how wide a racetrack this is, but
it wasn't wide enough for that. I mean, it's just, you know, these guys are trying to get everything they can and trying to bump draft on this straightaway too.
Yeah, they're just trying to push there, and probably just a little bit too much of a push.
Wow, do you see Reed Sorensen's car came off the ground?
47 car back and forth, bucking like a Bronco on left tires and right side tires.
A really bad wreck for Richard Petty Motorsports. Every one of his cars.
Right there, all 4 of them involved. Yeah. 3 of them piled up in a pile there for a while.
From Casey Kane's onboard camera now coming out of turn 4 down the straightaway.
You can see there are already some rubbing going on coming out of turn 4. These guys just battling as hard as they can right here at the end of the race, trying to get the spots. And now's when it's all going to happen.
Get low, get low, get low. Come through the middle, right where you're at. Keep coming straight, keep coming straight.
Michael Walter drove right through the center of that. You see even Matt Kenseth got damage.
Casey Kane got the back of the 31 of Jeff Burton. Watch him 4 wide there. Oh.
See all the parts and pieces flying off of them?
Well, that's unfortunate. There were a lot of guys that were looking at some promising days after maybe struggling. Elliott Sadler and Reed Sorensen, and have it all to go away. Casey Kane had battled his way up in the top 10 before the last one.
So we go into the red flag with just 5 laps to go, 5 in the distance from where the field is parked in turn 4 to the start finish line. From the ESPN pit studio, Alan Bestwick, Rusty Wallace, Brad Doherty getting set for what should be a crazy sprint to the finish of what has been a pretty wild closing portion to this race. There were only 3 cautions in the first 185 laps of this race. Now we've had 4 in the last 55. And at the closing stages of this so far, we've seen this duel between Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, and now Juan Pablo Montoya just before the red flag. And who knows how this is going to turn out.
Well, we've talked about Jeff Gordon in our countdown show. If Jeff's going to win this championship this year, we really feel like he needs to win a race. So right now, Jeff is in the best position I've seen him all year long. He's probably going to have to start on the outside. Looks like Jimmy Johnson will probably go for the inside, according to our analysts upstairs in the booth. And this is really going to be a shootout. I know Jeff is thinking about this restart like crazy, Brad, because this is going to be everything in the world for him.
Yeah, and he's really good on the short run, it seems like. But Jimmy Johnson gets it when he gets that 48 wound up, he checks out. I think the battle's going to be, can Jeff Gordon keep Mark Martin and Juan Montoya behind him as they get on down into these last few laps?
So Jeff Gordon chose the outside lane for the last restart and lost the lead to Jimmy Johnson after he had the inside lane for the previous restart and got the lead from Jimmy Johnson. Wonder what he's thinking now that his crew chief Steve Letart's thinking now that Gordon does not have lane choice, Jamie.
He's like part of the team now. We keep going to him and he keeps answering our questions. You guys chose to go to the outside that time. Why?
Well, I think, you know, when you have the ability to start the race, I think the outside seems to be better. We're pretty good down on the outside of 1 and 2, so I leave it up to the driver. I think he's the best out there, so hopefully he knows what he needs.
You guys have a pretty good car right now. Steve, looking at the big picture, do you guys need to get a win to win this championship?
I don't think we need to have a win. I think it would be a great momentum builder. You know, this chase is tough. It's hard on the team, hard on everybody. You know, there's a lot of pressure involved, so a win would be great. But, you know, we get a lot of people supporting us out there, a lot of friends, family, everybody at work. And we just got to keep plugging at it. And hopefully 7 more races, we can end up there when it counts.
You're very understated right now. I'm sure this will be one excited man if they end up in victory lane here in the next 15, 20 minutes, guys.
So Jeff Gordon sitting second on the track under the red flag with just over 5 laps to go in this race. The man he's chasing is Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy is leading as we wait for the cleanup to be completed and we see what happens on these final 5 miles in Southern California.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Race number 4 in the chase for the Sprint Cup, the Pepsi 500. Under the red flag in the closing laps here in Southern California, with Jimmy Johnson leading Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Juan Pablo Montoya right there. Of the top 10 drivers, currently 8 of them are drivers in the championship. And by the way, 6 of the 12 chasers have had troubles today. Some of them are right back in the hunt, like Tony Stewart, who lists 6th right now under this red flag. So while we're sitting here and the drivers have a quiet moment to think and plot and plan their strategy, what are they talking about with their teams? Here's Jeff Gordon's radio.
Well, I got a good restart, but he's unbelievable out there and outside of 3 and 4, you know. I mean, if I had to do it all over again, if I can get ahead of him, I'll try going up there and seeing if I can run up there.
Oh, yeah, but we know you're doing all you can, man. That's all we can ask.
I loved it, though, because they were skiing and they knew I was going to take off early, so I did.
Well, they were probably listening to me, and I said I was going to do one thing, so I did something else.
Well, I guarantee you right now they're sitting around thinking, how do I get Jimmy Johnson beat on this restart? Because he's been so good, like they've been talking on the high side of turn 3 and 4, guys, with all that momentum. And it looks like Jeff is not as good up there, but he's really good on the bottom of turn 1 and 2. So this could be really interesting to see what's going to happen on the start of this race.
They need to figure something out, because I'm telling you, Jimmy Johnson's a rocket ship. And, you know, he gets in this position, he and Chackenhouse, it's just, we've seen it time and time again. They're almost unbeatable. It's going to take some interesting circumstances for someone to beat Jimmy Johnson.
I really think that Mark Martin sitting in 3rd position is going to be a real help to either Johnson or Garden, whatever lane they decide to take, whether it's top or the bottom, because Mark, they can count on their teammate that Mark's going to push him and try to get him in front and get gone.
And the wild card to all this is that Juan Pablo Montoya has had an awfully strong car as well today, that 42 car. He sits right now 4th under the red flag. When they broke on that last restart, remember, he went 3 wide to the bottom and tried to make it stick, so he could foil the plans of both Johnson and Gordon if he gets down there and can find a way to ride them both up the track.
Well, we've seen him do it a couple of times today, and especially on that last restart. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack. He just can't seem to make it stick and get through turn 2, which we talked about earlier. It's so difficult to get any grip. So it's going to be interesting.
And he's not aggressive at all.
Not at all.
Montoya, I mean, come on. So let's go back, take a look at what's put us under this red flag. A restart that came in the race with 7 laps to go that quickly kind of turned ugly for especially a couple of cars in this championship. Casey Kane swept up in this. See contact there. Elliott Sadler into Dale Jr. And by the time it's done, 8 cars involved and a lot of damage.
Elliott Sadler was just trying to help Dale Jr. get going and just actually hit him too hard, got him turned sideways accidentally. And you know what, guys? That's just racing. It's 6 laps to go, and the intensity is really picking up. I'm afraid this is not over yet. I think it's going to be more crashes.
Yeah, I mean, we're riding with Casey Kane here. You see him looking ahead. You see some smoke. You see the car turn right, and bam! He's right into the back of Jeff Burton hard. And there's just nowhere for him to go. Just unbelievable.
The intensity picks up at the end of the race. Everybody's trying to grab every finishing position, every point they can.
Man,
sometimes that's what happens.
Wow, I tell you, it's not over.
5 laps to go here in California. Cleanup continues under the red flag with Jimmy Johnson leading. Closing laps of race 4 in the chase for the Sprint Cup under the red flag, the Pepsi 500 here at Auto Club Speedway of Southern California. Waiting now while officials get the oil, the metal, all the rest picked up so the track is in condition for these drivers to scream off into turn 1 at 200 miles an hour. See who's going to win this thing and if anyone else's metal, not to mention the plot, gets twisted in these final laps. Let's go to Shannon Spake.
Down here with A.J. Allmendinger, who has been released from the infield care center. I asked you what happened, and you really don't know, but how aggressive was it out there on that restart, A.J.?
I mean, it was pretty aggressive. They were, they were trying to wreck off of 4 to begin with, and I was kind of in the back there just seeing smoke starting to fly, and thought we cleared it. I saw the hole, and the hole was clear, and I think I got tapped in the right rear, but, you know, the Dassault Systems Dodge, we just struggled all day, and, you know, I just like to thank everybody at the engine shop. They work really hard, and you know, it's hard to pass guys out there when you're about 10 miles per hour slower than everybody. But honestly, it's they work really hard as a company. We just haven't given them a chance for the last year to build anything fast. So it was a struggle, and I thought maybe if we got through all that, we would have still got a decent day out of it. Just proud of everybody in the 44 Dodge, just working hard, and everybody at the engine shop. Thanks for working so hard. And sorry we haven't given you guys a chance for about a year to build some fast horsepower.
Well, AJ certainly had a good season, guys. This is actually his first DNF of the year, so that's pretty stout.
And what a mangled mess that car is, as it's hauled back to the garage. And again, the observation before that the 4 Richard Petty Motorsports cars all involved in that wreck, not just Allmendinger, but his teammates, Elliott Sadler, Casey Kane, and Reed Sorensen. There's Sorensen's car being towed back into the garage. Dave, Mark Martin sitting in 3rd spot right now.
Yeah, that's right, Alan. He gets the inside lane regardless of what his 2 teammates do up front. Alan, what do you think of that?
It's probably not ideal for us, but it is what it is. You know, we'll do the best job we can. Getting a good start and getting off 2 is going to be the key. You know, they can kind of hold you down a little bit off 2, but I think we'll be okay, depending on who chooses the bottom and how the lane goes, and you never know. But we'll fight as hard as we can.
I know on one restart, the 48 was wanting Mark's help a little bit more. Can Mark get a better or a different restart to push?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. You know, with these old tires and getting the jump and getting shifted in the 3rd gear, you know, it's all touchy. So if he can get a run, I'm sure he's going to push who's ever in front of him until he gets open lane and you know, try to go his own way. But either way, it's been a pretty good day for the CarQuest Kellogg Chevrolet. Just we're a little short right now. Need about 2 spots.
All right, good luck. That's the crew chief of our in-race reporter. Let's go back to the medical center and Shannon.
Down here with Reed Sorensen, who's also been released from the infield medical center. Can you tell me what you saw out your front window during that wreck, Reed?
Well, I was behind the 39, and next thing I saw was the wall, and that's all I can remember. So I guess we got turned. I haven't seen a replay yet or anything like that, but we were going to have a pretty good finish. We fought hard all day. I think we were going to be fighting for a top 10 there at the end, and it seems to get a little crazy there at the end. I know we were 4 wide, and I think we got out of the 4 wide. I thought we did, and just passed, and I was pushing the 39, you know, arrow and down the straightaway, and next thing I know,
you can see Reed looking at the monitor that we have down here right now.
Yeah, next thing I know, we were in the fence. All I could see was all I remember was hitting the wall, and it's a shame. It's kind of the way our luck's been going this season, but we'll be back next week and keep trying hard. I think we had a good car today, and that was a step forward, and just keep trying to get them better. We'll get the finish we deserve hopefully soon.
Guys, a tough day for Richard Petty Motorsports here at Auto Club Speedway. Alan?
Okay, Shannon, thanks. So Reed's team left to try and load up what's left of that car to send it back across the country from here in Southern California to their team shops in Statesville, North Carolina, just outside of Charlotte. 3 men in the booth been watching this thing unfold for us all day. Dr. Jerry Punch, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie. So when they fire these cars up and get them ready for the final 5 laps, what are you looking for?
Very interesting, Alan. You talk about the fact the top 5 guys in the point standings are right now the top 6 as they sit on the racetrack. So one mistake, guys, one miscue could totally change the complexion of this championship chase.
Yeah, and these guys up front, they're going to race hard, but I don't think you're going to see something like that as much as they want, because they know what's at stake. These were some of the other guys that were just trying to get everything that they possibly could. But we're still going to see some hard racing. This is going to be a battle. This is about winning this race right now.
From what I've seen, I wouldn't be surprised to see them all piled up down here in turn 1 after the checkered flag. I mean, these guys are going at it so hard that, you know, Montoya's going to be going for the win. Jeff Gordon really, really needs a win. Mark Martin is probably going to be the one that's got probably the most sense in this. He's going to really calculate this restart. But, you know, you got 3 teammates up front, and you got a lot of hungry guys in there.
The only difference between Juan Pablo Montoya and one of those old Western movies is Juan Pablo Montoya doesn't blow a bugle when he charges, but he'll be coming when they wave that green flag.
He will, and David Reagan made a great charge up against the wall down in 1 and 2 the last time to get himself up in the 5th spot. You think somebody's hungry for a win in that group? Look at this young man.
And Tony Stewart has a little bit fresher tires, about 7-lap fresher tires, because he made that last pit stop a lot later than those guys did. So he might have something for him too. He's up there in 6th spot.
This should be fun to watch. Final less than 6 laps to go. Let's update what's going on down with the damaged 88 car. Vince.
Well, the crew right now just sitting and waiting as Dale Earnhardt Jr. conferring with his crew chief, Lance McGrew. Dale had asked to be given a few minutes before he would visit with the media, but the crew cannot work on the car under these red flag conditions. So at this point, just diagnosing what type of changes and corrections, and obviously the way they want to fix this car before they would attempt to get it back out on the track for the final laps. But another very frustrating finish for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Another good run and another frustrating finish. Dave?
Well, a team hoping for a great finish after a great run so far is the 42 team. Brian, what does Juan Pablo have to do on this final restart, given everything we've seen today?
Have a really good start and run momentum around the outside in 1 and 2. Hopefully it plays out like Dover, where the bottom was at a disadvantage. We'll see. You know, we restarted there on the bottom and kind of got snookered, but we're 4th now, so hopefully for better outcome.
It seems like this works into your favor just because he likes the high line better, even though he's tried the low line today.
Yeah, he's moved around really good today. Everybody on this target team's done a really good job all weekend. Slapping the fence off of 4 and qualifying, and still qualifying 4 shows that we have a really good car. So he's moved around. He's doing an excellent job. We just got to try to limit the damage here for points, seeing everybody in top 4 in points are right there in the top 5. So
you kind of feel the David versus Goliath thing. You got all those Hendrick cars in front of you right there.
Kind of seems that way. It would be nice if they share some notes with us every once in a while. We're going to run with them all the time.
You and I can collectively hold our breaths. Thank Brian. Vince?
See Kane now, and boy, I tell you what another difficult day for Casey. You guys worked your way up into the top 10, and then what happened there on that last yellow cause?
Yeah, I mean, we worked hard all day, got ourselves in a good position. Some guys had an issue. I can't see that with the sun in my eyes, but some guys had issues. I think it was going to be a good points day, and NASCAR threw a debris caution for no debris, which caused Kurt Busch to hit the wall and screw up, which caused me to go to the grass and Greg Biffle, and then from there, that caused the whole next wreck on the front stretch. So it's disappointing. We had a bad race because of kind of a caution to put a show on for the fans. I mean, that's a good part of this sport, is we got to keep the fans excited, but sometimes it ruins people's day, and today it was our day, so maybe next time it won't be.
Frustrating end for the 9. Alan?
So Casey Kane heads for the exit as his car gets loaded up, and the driver who came into this race well back in points after a tough opening race to the chase would appear to have any hopes he had for perhaps scratching into the top 5 in the championship be erased. That's the incident he's talking about.
Yeah, Kurt Busch gets sideways and goes down, hits Casey, and Casey gets into Greg Biffle, and this really messes up his day, put him in the back of the pack, and on that restart, you saw him really just knock the front end clear off his car, and that's what he's referring to. He's very upset about it, and it just really killed Casey's day.
And here that led to, after the repairs, Casey being way in the back of the pack, and one bad thing leads to another.
Wrong place, wrong time. Really a tough spot for Casey, and he wasn't privy to the shots that we saw of the water bottles being tossed out on the racetrack. So there was some debris out there, and I know he's frustrated. A long day for the young man who's fought hard to be in this chase, but not having a lot of luck with it.
So as they finish this cleanup, Rusty and I have been sitting here talking a little bit about what those drivers sitting in that car are thinking about right now. When they fire them up and roll around, probably going to be 4 laps to go, maybe 3 for this restart. And what's the driver going to be doing to get himself ready to go?
Alan, right now they're just contemplating what they need to do in the restart. They know they're out of time. It's 5 laps to go on this restart, and they know that the top side of turn 3 and 4, they got to make that work. Now, they need to get through the top side of turn 1 and 2 if they can, if you can possibly do that, because there's momentum up there. But we've seen time after time that if the driver can get into turn 1 on the bottom of the track and clear the guy off of turn 2, he's got a pretty good shot. But once you get down to turn 3 and 4, buddy, you've got to get that top side working. Another thing you got to do, you can't spin these tires on the restart. We saw that in a nationwide race yesterday with Carl Edwards. It caused a big crash. So don't spin the tires. Make the high side of the racetrack work. And those are the key things the driver's got to do. I'll guarantee you, though, every driver in his mind has got a plan of what he's going to do on the start of this restart.
Only problem is he's counting on the other guys to do what he's expected him to do. We know how well that works in these races, don't we? As we finish up here in Southern California, we remind you of the upcoming races in the chase for the Sprint Cup. Next week, it's on to Charlotte, then Martinsville, a little short track racing, then the big wild card, Talladega. And we finish it up in Texas, Phoenix, and Homestead, Miami. Tickets for all of those races available. Log on to NASCAR.com/tickets if you'd like to check out joining us at one of those upcoming Chase for the Sprint Cup races. Engines have fired. The cars are going to roll, and we'll see how many laps NASCAR forms them up for before they turn them loose under the green flag. Mark Martin, championship leader, starting the day, showing in 3rd position right now, behind his 2 Hendrick Motorsports teammates, Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, with Juan Pablo Montoya nearby. How about a big tip of the cap to David Reagan, 5th car in line right now. He's kind of come from a long way back today to have a nice showing so far.
Yes, he has. And also Casey Mears. Look at Casey. He's up there mixing it up with the boys today. 2 good runs for those young men. And hopefully, maybe we'll see one of those guys in Victor Lane here in about 15 minutes.
It wouldn't surprise me if the top 4 all ended up in a smoking pile, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
This is a great shot, guys, for Tony Stewart to redeem himself after that pit road speeding penalty. He's already up to the 6th position right now. He'll be starting probably 3rd row outside. He's got a shot to get some spots picked up.
Tony Stewart hanging in there right now in 6th position. Hey, it's Sunday night. ABC's Desperate Housewives, all new tonight. Everything you expect from Desperate Housewives, lovers, liars, and alibis.
Yes, sir.
Tonight, an old fling comes back to tempt Gabby in what could be the hottest episode of the season.
Okay.
ABC's Desperate Housewives, tonight, 9 Eastern and 8 Central. We got some desperate drivers on the track looking for a win as they form the field up and we get ready to go. Let's go back upstairs to Dr. Jerry Punch, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie. Pull those seatbelts tight, gentlemen.
We will indeed, Alan. Thank you very much. And it is decision time for Jimmy Johnson. And the guys, the last time Jimmy Johnson restarted on the outside, his teammate Jeff Gordon beat him on the inside. What does he take now on the restart?
That's a good question. I've been wrong every time, so I don't know why you asked me.
What are you going to do?
I would take the inside. He got the lead last time by having the inside there. I know these guys obviously think there's something to keeping that inside guy pinned down, but I haven't really seen that work quite as much. So it will be interesting to see which line he chooses.
Jeff Gordon started on the outside last time, and it didn't work for him. But when Jimmy Johnson started on the outside, it didn't work for him either.
Yeah.
So let's see if he takes the outside or the inside. And Mark Martin is back there hoping not. I don't care which way you guys go. I'm going to try to get around both of you and win this thing.
I bet you Montoya is going to make it 3 wide somewhere between 1 and 2.
You can't make a mistake. You know, there's still 22 cars on the lead lap here, so you got to, you can't put yourself in a position to either get a flat tire out of close racing here or something like that. So, we've already seen one big wreck there. And, that whole wreck there, as we watched that replay, putting blame on somebody there. We said Elliott Sadler ran into the back of the 88, and that appeared to be what happened. But it was everybody bumping. If you've ever heard us say, hey, that was just one of those racing accidents, I think that's exactly what it was. Inside of 10 laps, everybody trying to get everything. We may have another one before this is over.
On pit road, the 29 car coming down. There's Harvick, there's Kenseth, 98 Menard, the 18 of Gillen. There's the damaged car of Biffle in.
It's 1 to go.
Matt Kenseth on the lead lap was being shown back in 15th position.
Yeah, he had a little damage there from that dust up. We see Harvick now electing to get some tires.
So they will come around and take the green flag with 3 laps to go here at California. These guys getting fresh rubber. Just 7 points separating Jimmy Johnson right now, our points leader, and Mark Martin in 2nd spot in terms of the point standings. And right now they are going to start nose to tail with Johnson the leader, and Johnson does take the inside.
Yeah, and that could all change by the time they get back around here. Mark Martin gets a good start and can make it 3 wide or something and shift Jimmy back a couple of spots, then he retakes the lead.
Points across the top of your screen. You see how close it is. Montoya there. The top 5 just over 100 points apart, folks. That is as tight as it has ever been in the 6-year history of the chase.
Yeah, and Kirk Busch only 121 back. That's certainly not out of the chase whatsoever.
Looks like Jimmy took your advice, Dale. He's on the inside.
Well, I've been wrong before, but I just what we've seen, this inside just seems to be he's going to control the start either way, and I think you just give yourself a better chance from that inside position.
Jimmy Johnson,
1 and 2,
4-time winner, a 3-time winner here. Jeff Gordon, a 3-time winner here. Who's it going to be? Teammates side by side. Martin behind him. Montoya on a mission. Here they come. It'll be 3 to go as the green flag waves.
Well, Jeff got a good start. I mean, that's a really good start for Jeff Gordon. As good as you can time it.
Tony Stewart trying to look to the outside, falls back in line behind Montoya. Look at Montoya going high.
Now, who can stay in the throttle off of turn 2 is going to be the most important thing. Jimmy slides right up in front of Jeff Gordon.
Clear.
You see a lot of dust flying down in 1 and 2.
Baby, give me 3 good laps.
2 to go this time. Mark Martin there battling with the 14 of Tony Stewart for position. That's 4th spot.
Comes Gordon trying to make the inside work off of turn 4. Jimmy Johnson with a nice run off of that corner.
2 to go this time by. Jimmy Johnson just pulling away now, 10 car lengths over Jeff Gordon. Look at Gordon motoring back there coming out of turn 2.
Kurt Busch still smoking, but going fast. Trying to finish it out.
Mark Martin has dropped back a couple of positions and trying to hang on to that 4 spot as here's Tony Stewart, who has come from a lap down, battling side by side with Martin for 4th spot.
Oh man, look at Stewart sawing the wheel.
Watch out. See him really get loose coming up out of there. Had to get out of the throttle a little bit and fall back in behind Mark.
Here comes Montoya now for second.
White flag, final lap here in California. Side by side action. Gordon and Montoya, second position. Mark Martin is driven now out from underneath the 14 car. Here he comes, trying to be a factor here, maybe to finish 3rd or 2nd.
I'd say he'll go to the high side here and see if he can get by Montoya.
Montoya's going to try to block, but he
see Gordon all the way on the apron.
Jimmy Johnson coming down out of turn 4. What a job they have done again, and for the 2nd year, make it 3rd year in a row in the fall. Jimmy Johnson wins at California, and Gordon finishes 2nd.
Nice job, guys. Hell yeah. How about that, John? Yeah, the job, man.
So Gordon, Montoya, Martin, and Stewart, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. What a job. There's Rick Hendrick congratulating Chad Knaus. What an effort there for Jimmy Johnson.
For me, with the foundation on the side being at home.
Jimmy just too tough today.
Jimmy did a great job today, man. Really good job.
Harvick came back for a top 10 finish after the pit stop.
Yeah, they were still 3 and 4 wide coming to the checkered flag there at the end of the race. A lot of great racing today. Jimmy Johnson once again just too good.
David Reagan getting his 2nd top 10 finish of the year, coming home in 7th position. Fireworks going off behind the racetrack. We had fireworks on the racetrack these final few laps. Let's go down to the 48 pit. Vince.
Well, it took a while with several restarts to get there, Chad, but you held off the field there at the finish. What does this do for you guys in your chase for another championship?
Well, obviously it's monumental. You know, to be able to come out here and run the way that we did, I couldn't be happier. You know, Jimmy Johnson Foundation on the Lowe's Chevrolet this weekend, and they did a fantastic job out in San Diego this weekend or this week and raised a lot of money for a lot of needy people. So it's great. And it's great to be able to come out here and represent in front of Jimmy's hometown in El Cajon. And it's awesome. I just can't thank everybody at Hendrick Motorsports enough. You guys build the best engines and the best chassis and the best bodies out there, and we couldn't do it without them.
Mark Martin calls Jimmy Johnson Superman. Hard to argue with it today. Alan.
Big celebration now for Jimmy Johnson. You've heard the words from him over his team radio about how thrilled he is to win this race. You heard from his crew chief what it means, and Jimmy Johnson's now the championship leader as he tries for history for a 4th consecutive title. He leads Mark Martin by just 12 points, though. Wow. What a tight championship that is.
It really is. And look, Montoya gets another top 5 finish. That's 4 in a row. Jeff Gordon, best run of the season. And hopefully we can keep this thing close going to next week. Might mix it up a little bit. Jamie, you got a little something to add on Jeff Gordon?
Well, he's climbing out of his car right now and a smile on his face. Valiant effort. Probably the best the car had been there toward the end. Jeff, what was it like on those restarts, inside, outside?
We were just trying to make it interesting because nobody else seemed to be able to do that for the 48, and we certainly couldn't on that last run. Great day for our DuPont Pepsi Chevrolet. You know, we really fought hard all day and all weekend to get ourselves in that position, and had a couple good restarts. But I mean, they're in another category, you know, and we gotta find out what we're missing. But real proud of Steve and all the guys on this team. They had great pit stops, very solid effort. Come home 2nd today is definitely something we're very proud of.
And you gained 2 more spots in the points. He is now 5th. Shannon?
Juan Pablo Montoya checking out where he is in the points right now. That was some great racing at the end of that race. What was it like for you out there today, Juan?
It was fun. You know, I was actually very pleased when that red flag came out because we managed to go down the tires a little. And I started to show it was good all day. We were really good when it was cloudy. When the sun came out, we started sliding too much and couldn't really find the balance between how much grip I wanted in the middle corner, how much I wanted to put the power down. I just couldn't. There at the end, it cooled down. It got a little better, but it was too late.
Another top 5 for Juan Pablo Montoya and the 42 team. Vince?
with Mark Martin, and Mark finishes 4th today, slips out of the points lead, now 12 behind Jimmy Johnson, and Mark just finishing up here. Mark, what was the difference between 1st and 4th today? It was so small, it seemed.
Well, we were real close. I'm real proud of our Kellogg's CarQuest Chevrolet and our team, and these guys are so awesome. They brought me all weekend. Great race car, great job, great adjustments, and you know, we made progress with the race car. And there was a time when we could go out front, but you know, we were right there. I'm just proud. I couldn't be more thrilled to be driving that 5 car.
Jamie?
And Tony Stewart, what an eventful day for him. Ends up bringing it at home 5th. Tony, what does this say about your team? You guys overcame being a lap down and still finished 5th.
This team never quits. It never has. It never will. So, you know, that's the attitude at Office Depot and Old Spice and everybody at U.S. Army and Coke and Stewart Haas Racing. So, you know, just a long day for sure. I mean, we got a couple really lucky breaks that helped us there at the end, getting us back on the lead lap. And, you know, when we were in pit lane there and got the caution set, got us a little bit of that track position back. We had a good enough car to get back. We just fought. We could not get going at the beginning of a run for anything. It took us 6 or 8 laps to get going every time.
All right, Tony Stewart remains 4th in points right now. Alan?
Thank you, Jamie. A reminder that the chase moves across the country for next weekend's race, which is on Saturday night. It's the NASCAR Banking 500, only from Bank of America. ABC 7 Eastern time next Saturday. The very fast 1.5 mile track in Charlotte. One of the drivers' favorites. Certainly provides a lot of great action we've seen over there over the years. And we look forward to that one next Saturday night at 7 Eastern here on ABC. So Jimmy Johnson has pulled into our Transformers victory lane, and the race winner about to celebrate with his team and share his thoughts with us. Jimmy unbuckling, getting done. Rusty, you know what that feels like.
Oh, he's just taking it in right now. I can't believe it. He's so excited. He's got his Jimmy Johnson's foundation on the side of the car. Makes him extra proud. What a fantastic job this guy did. I mean, just worked the track perfectly today. Moved into a points lead, 12-point lead right now. Here he comes, guys.
Well, the colors are slightly different on the car and the driver's suit, but the black and white checkered flag once again waves for Jimmy Johnson. 3rd year in a row at the fall race, Jimmy. And a big hug to the new guy. I mean, I know you had some issues on pit road. It wasn't anything he had to do with, but did that worry you early on, Jimmy?
You know, it's such a long race and so much takes place that and I knew on pit road we'd win some, we'd lose some, and I knew that first stall down at the end was really the magic thing, and Denny had it working great for him. But just a solid day all along. So proud of this Lowe's team. So thankful for Lowe's to allow me to put the foundation on the side of the car, and we had store 2712 riding with us today, so it's nice to do that for them. But man, what an awesome car, what an awesome day. Those cautions at the end really had me nervous, and just didn't know what to do on the restarts. 24 would get me on some of them. The 42 was racy. I knew once we had 3 or 4 laps I was in good shape, but there at the end I really didn't have many laps. I'm glad I got a good start and got going.
You are the championship leader. What do you think of that?
Awesome. It's what we want. Keep chipping away at it. Obviously a lot of racing left, but we're in good shape, and my home state, foundation on the side of the car. Fans are going crazy, can't thank them enough, so just really, really happy about what's going on. You guys are getting soaked over here on the side, so. And we're glad that Mr. Hendrick is here. He hasn't been in victory lane the last few wins that we've had, so it's nice to have him here.
Congratulations, Jimmy Johnson in victory lane.
So the Southern California native is now the all-time leading winner at this track in Southern California, and for the first time this season, Jimmy Johnson takes the championship lead. And now we move on to Charlotte for the next race in the chase. Look forward to seeing you for that one next Saturday night. Thanks for watching ESPN on ABC.
This has been a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.